around and do it through Hangouts, but
Nah,
I
we're
think
live.
it'll work. Yeah. All
Oh,
right.
and now that we're live, I should probably send out a tweet and let them know Sargon will be here shortly.
Yeah.
Um, so, what are we talking about tonight? I mean, there's a fuck ton to talk about.
Yeah. Who would have thought we would have been doing this like literally 2 minutes, like 2 days after we had our last one?
I know, right?
Like, like literally, woo.
Yeah.
I still can't get over that. Do we actually start with her?
Or do we? Well, so one thing I do want to start with, though, we don't have any viewers yet, so maybe we should wait until a couple show up, because we need a pep talk. We totally need a pep talk. People need to realize that we've been here before, and
Well, I think Sargon's coming with one of those because the pictures of people other than white males in Gamergate, it's really showing who's actually the faces behind and not just what. I mean, you've seen the videos, so I mean that's what they
It,
insinuated.
it looked like there was a lot stronger turnout today for Not Your Shield. I'm actually going to check Topsy and see if it actually got stronger today because it's been waning. I'm not going to lie. It's been waning a little bit.
oh yes, it has been. Not Your Shield has definitely been waning, but that's only because they've kind of stopped using them as their shield. I think the point was made.
View on Topsy. Actually, we had a resurgence today.
Yes, because
We had one on the 8th, and then we had one, one today because of not just the MSNBC stuff, but Bayonetta 2 released today, and it caught flack because it's Bayonetta.
which I don't even understand because the main character designer is a woman.
There's that, and it's, if they want to talk about balance of equal male and female representation, Bayonetta is kind of the epitome of that.
Yes.
Because you've got Kratos. It's not absolutely equal in the spectacle fighter kind of stuff, but you've got Kratos and Dante and Nero in the Devil May Cry series, and now you've got Bayonetta in the same vein of games.
That's true. That's true. I guess one place I do want to start, which isn't on Bayonetta, just because I played the original for a little bit, but they're not my style, so I don't want to talk too much about it because I don't know much about it. But did both of you read that Niche Gamer piece? And maybe it's late, shameless self-plug because my friend wrote it about the converted social justice warrior.
I did. I read it last night. It was a nice perspective change.
How about you, Phil?
I didn't get a chance to read it. I was trying to read it at work, and stuff was happening. But I didn't like the only criticism that I had from the title was sympathy. Sympathy didn't sound like the right kind of word that I'd have used. Basically,
yeah, I will say he wasn't happy with the title. He just didn't know what to title it. But what I wanted to point up is you guys were talking about Not Your Shield. Though he didn't talk much about it in the article, one of the biggest points of swaying him was actually Not Your Shield. It showed him that the media was basically lying to him, which I then passed on to Nino, those words, because I think he needed to know that it at least made a difference with one person. It helped one person see through the bullshit. And it's unfortunate that the Ralph Retort ran with that Jim Sterling piece because people tend to have rubberneck syndrome, and that took away from what could have been a huge, huge morale boost for Gamergate. You know what I mean? This is somebody that was hardcore anti-Gamergate, hardcore social justice. It's within his family, right? Like, it's part of his family. And here he is going, you guys are right. They're fucking wrong. You guys are right. And as Adam Baldwin put it, a crisis of faith, which is what he had. So I was a little sad it didn't get more talk about, but a lot of it.
You got to remember. You got to remember, Niche Gamer is quite niche as a site. It has kicked off quite dramatically because of Gamergate, but it's still, I mean,
It is.
it's only got like 3,000 or so followers.
I actually thought about tweeting that to Archon and having him cross-post it to the Escapist.
I thought about doing that too, and I maybe we should, because I think what he says in there is awesome and probably extremely relevant to what's going on right now. In that his assertion was, yes, this is about video games, but it's about to become a fuck ton bigger. That this is something that's been happening within the internet media for a while now, and Gamergate is going to be the nail that bursts that bubble. And it feels like MSNBC was part of that.
Have we actually got a link that you can post?
Yes, I do. I do have a link, and it's actually done really well, according to Brandon from Niche Gamer, in terms of views. I just wish more people were talking about it, because I think the message there was really.
I think because we've been bombarded so heavily today. You know, today has been an orchestrated attempt at a character assassination of, as I say, nearly 7,000 or so individuals that have used the hashtag. And it hasn't just, you know, come on US media. It's also been in British newspapers today, you know, and it's all and it all started on sort of Friday, and it just seems to have happened so awfully quick as well.
Wait, is it the British newspapers?
Oh yeah. Even the right-wing Daily Mail was shitting on us today. So.
Oh boy.
Yeah. It was
another bright point in statistics. We're getting close to our peak again on Topsy.
We are. I saw that earlier today, which means another cat's coming.
Yep, another cat's going to be coming out. We've already got one. We may have one right beside the other one.
So interesting. Really? Very interesting. So I work with a guy who has a brother and sister-in-law who are hardcore social justice warriors, and he just sent me here on Slack the old Vice article, "Meet the female gamer mascot born of anti-feminist internet drama." And he said, "Is there anything you think I should send him before he gets his mind fucked?" So I sent him the Eric Kane piece.
Nice.
Well, have you noticed that a lot of our media sort of overlords are taking a bit of a step back? Eric Kane said he was taking a step back earlier, you know, from Twitter. Nero's taking a step back because of...
I think Milo's going to come back, though, in a couple days. He just needs some time to calm down. Because after a few minutes after he tweeted that, I looked, because he's on my Steam friends list. It popped up and said he's now playing Dota 2.
Dota. Bloody 2. Alright, okay, I was happy with Counter-Strike. I was like, yeah, good. And now Dota 2. Okay.
Hey, you know what? Dota's one of the best ways to work out your age. You get mad at random people.
That's true. I listened to it. I thought it was going to be a long Radio Nero, but it was only 5 minutes. So I ended up listening to it while I ate dinner with my family. Maybe I shouldn't have, because he didn't have the best language. But he sounds rather angry.
Yeah, that's rage that I've not heard in Milo's voice. I don't think in ever. Like, he's usually very calm and collected.
Well, this has cost him personally to reach out to somebody who, for all intents and purposes, apparently wanted to open a dialogue with us, which is bullshit. Because I don't know, we should have caught this before because of the distortion of facts with Alec Baldwin in the conversation that she had with him.
Distortion of facts. They fucking lie, because she lied about that. Baldwin very clearly said, "Next time you're in LA, let me know. We'll meet." And she said Baldwin turned him down. She didn't distort the facts. She fucking lied.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's call a spade a spade here.
I mean, because you even had people like Jennifer Hale extending the olive branch out to Adam Baldwin after the NPR piece, saying, "Hey, let's go meet in LA. Let's next time in LA, let's meet, let's talk." You know, I haven't heard anything come out about that, but
I haven't either. But she lied.
And that NPR thing was a hatchet job as well.
It was a hatchet job, but it wasn't as bad as what hit us today.
Yeah, what hit us yesterday was bad, and this is why I say it was bad. I got a call from my mother shortly after that aired, asking me how many women I've harassed online because of Gamergate. That's why it was fucking bad.
Wow.
Jesus.
Think about that. My own fucking mother. And I had to explain to her how wrong it was and how there's fairly good evidence that this was probably a Brazilian guy looking for clicks.
Yeah, after seeing what kind of came down last night after all this stuff was going, yeah, totally. This is some dude looking to get his page views.
Yep. But nobody wants to fucking report on that. And
that's kind of it's hard to confirm with what
is.
that is because it's all only way back stuff, which is tricky to verify.
You could very well report on it without reporting the name and going, there seems to be some evidence that suggests this might be a third party.
Yeah, which is what we've been saying which is the two messages we've been spouting all along. It's that, when it's harassment comes out, A, we don't approve of any of it, and B, you might want to see who's actually doing it because it might not be us.
Exactly. Though I will say, don't stop saying we don't approve of it, because obviously we don't. But they've won that PR war in that they've got Gamergate effectively apologizing for individuals who aren't themselves. And that pisses me off because that's just a way for them to get you to admit guilt.
Yeah.
So we should never be fucking apologizing for something we have no control over. Individuals are individuals. What they do are their own fucking actions.
True. I will say that. Yeah, that is an admission I'll give to you. But at the same time, we also, whenever there's harassment, we call it out. When it's actual just pointing at someone, harassment, the movement kind of just, we point at the movement, point from the movement, and say, no, that's not us.
Exactly, and that's fine. But you notice today the concern trolls were out in fucking force. Well, if you guys want to be taken serious, you need to denounce this. No, we don't. We don't need to talk about somebody that was not part of our movement. We don't, and we don't need to fucking apologize for them.
No.
Because the minute you do that, that's an admission of guilt in their mind. Because then they turn it around and say, so you admit you guys are about harassment. Or not you guys, some of you guys are about harassment. But the whole MSNBC thing just was so fucking wrong. I don't even know if I could put into words how fucking wrong it was.
I also want to bring up the question, who takes MSNBC seriously anymore? I mean, genuinely.
I don't, but there are a lot of people who do. Think of the general American public.
Yeah. Just...
Wait, is there Rachel Maddow on that?
She is, and she's kind of one of the more reasonable voices on MSNBC.
I watch Rachel Maddow. Well, I watch sort of clip videos online when I do.
Yeah, but guys like the Ed Show and all that, Morning Joe, just avoid them. They're not good. Rachel Maddow can actually be spoken to with reason, and she can be reasoned with.
Which is rare on MSNBC and Fox News, to be fair.
Well, Maddow was the replacement for Olbermann, really.
Yeah, Olbermann went back to
to sports. Yeah, he went back to sports reporting.
I like Keith Olbermann. He got angry a lot.
Yeah, which is a good thing. The left never really had someone that could get angry that you could understand. I mean, the closest person we had to him was James Carville, and nobody could understand him.
You know what? That's why I was a fan of what the fuck's his name now? The kooky guy. He always had a phone sitting by his desk so people could call in that he was talking about. Glenn Beck.
Oh, Glenn Beck.
Glenn Beck was a good laugh.
Glenn Beck was awesome to watch.
I loved it when Jon Stewart parodied him with the chalkboards.
that was probably it's one of the best episodes of The Daily Show of all time.
Yes, definitely. I actually, believe it or not, and this pissed a lot of people off on my feed who saw me do it. And I'll explain why I did it. I actually sent Glenn Beck and Bill O'Reilly a tweet and saying, hey, if you guys really want to get to your competitor, now's the time to do it. And a lot of people sent me DMs saying, hey, we don't need to bring politics into this. And I think people need to understand at this point in the game, the only people who are going to report fairly on this are most likely going to be middle to right-wing organizations.
Center right, concentrated on personal liberties.
Yes, exactly. So reaching out to a Glenn Beck or a Bill O'Reilly or even a Fox News is not bringing politics into it. It's people who have an interest in actually reporting on this.
Maybe not Beck. Beck is a bit of a kook, just in general.
But he would blow it up in a way that was fucking entertaining to watch.
Didn't Beck apologize for how he used to be?
Oh no, Beck got kicked off the air because he lost all the sponsors for he lost his sponsors.
Exactly.
I swear I read a piece where he had like some kind of like an epiphany and a mental breakdown or something, and then went like.
He did, but he'll never change. He can't. People enjoy watching him.
Well, the funny thing is, he used to be on CNBC, and he was a moderate.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Glenn, what's his face used to be on fucking. Bill O'Reilly used to be on something else as well.
Yeah, he was on Entertainment Tonight, but Beck was actually on he'd had a radio show, but he was on CNBC, which is NBC's business network, and then he got booted off there, and then Fox News picked him up.
Yeah, I'm not a terrible. I don't hate Bill O'Reilly all that much, and the reason I say that is if our regular listeners and you guys know anything about me now. By now, it's that I respect people who can own their shit. So while I may disagree with Bill O'Reilly, I don't think he backs down much from what he believes, and to me, that's respectable.
Yeah, I fairly vehemently disagree with Bill O'Reilly on a lot of stuff, but I will always acknowledge the fact that dude is smart as fuck.
He is, and he owns his shit though. He'll say it and he'll stand behind it.
Has like 2 doctorates and.
He has said some absolute bloopers, especially about the tides, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's not perfect, but nobody fucking is, right? But I don't even know where to begin with this literally woo stuff. I don't even know if I can begin to put into words.
Yeah. Well, fuck it, we'll do it live.
Well, yeah, basically, it can best be summed up as it's a trap.
Yeah.
And these people, I think they're going to try and enter some sort of bargaining phase tomorrow, because I said that this was going to ramp up on Monday, and it has. And they're going to try and enter the benevolent victor phase tomorrow.
For that prediction, I owe you a pint for that.
Yes, so do I.
Thank you.
You did call it that it was going to blow up today, and it fucking did.
I think this is the last furlong before Q4 properly happens, though. And Zoe Quinn came out today and said something quite interesting, which was like going for the sort of heads of Gamergate, basically. Yeah, going for the bitch of boycotting. I think she called out on Jade Fox.
What the fuck are they going after Fox for?
Because it's not harassment.
They're going after the ringleaders.
It's not harassment if they do it.
Well, exactly. I mean, we get that. But, I mean, going after the ringleaders. We don't have any fucking ringleaders. First off, Jade Fox has already been doxxed and fucked with. She's not going anywhere. And if she does, somebody else will step right up and take her place. You're going to have to take each and every fucking one of us down. And there's a lot of fucking people in Gamergate. There are, 40, 50, 60,000 tweets a day? You're going to have to take a lot of fucking people down.
Today alone, the hashtag hit over 1 million hits. From September 13th to October 13th, it's been tweeted over 1,227,000 times.
Yeah, so there's a lot of fucking people they'd have to take down. So, they're stupid, is all I can say about that. If they think going after Internet Aristocrat and Jade Fox and King of Paul, I mean, King of Paul will just lose his shit. And Roguestar and Mundane Matt. I mean, I don't know what they think they're going to get out of it. You're going to go after fucking Boogie? You know what I mean? What the fuck is, you know? Like,
Boogie, who's been in one of the most moderate positions since the beginning.
What do they really think they're going to fucking gain? What they did is they've convinced moms that we're sexist pigs. Well, you know what? In reference to the MSNBC piece, You know what? Moms already fucking hated gamers. So
We had a whole ad campaign about that
exactly.
from EA for Dead Space 2. Your mom's gonna hate this.
Yep. Yep. I don't know what they. Like I said, I can't even put into words how I feel. I'm so fucking foaming at the mouth right now. I'm fucking frothy.
Well, the thing is, they've got millions of dollars, and they've got some of the world's best PR firms behind them, while we don't. And that's it. I mean, it's the fact that this is ordinary people going against. This is ordinary people going up against some of the world's most well-funded and well-respected, or at least well-heard, PR firms.
That's true. But, and I quote this every fucking Campfire Tales, and I'm going to quote it again, don't underestimate the fucking autism of gamers. We are fucking relentless. If video games show anything, it's that we are fucking relentless. So, they can try and play the PR war. Jack Thompson tried that too.
They're almost retconning. They're almost retconning what Jack fucking. Well, not really retconning, but they're basically harking back to some of his arguments, especially our favourite Jonathan McIntosh. Jesus.
Can I just slap him with the back of my hand already? To quote Appleman, can I just punch him in the face yet?
I mean, because that's not a threat against him. That's just like sometimes some people need a punch in the face.
Yes,
they need that slap back to reality.
I am not threatening.
I don't think he was ever in reality.
Well, maybe this will get him here.
Yes.
I mean, literally.
Go ahead.
You could put fucking Benny Hill music to some of his tweets. Seriously, male feminists in general get less harassment online and suddenly less death threats. Male privilege.
I did last night. That's actually the YouTube link I threw in our Skype chat. I threw the Benny Hill music in there.
Yeah. I still got I want to be like woo ooh still in my head, and I was playing that at work today. Seriously.
If I'm just, you guys are funny, but I can't get over the fact that if there is a punchable face in this world, it's John McIntosh's face. There has never been a more punchable face on this fucking planet than his face. Just look at it.
It's like, hit me, I'm smug. And look at me, I'm looking away from the camera.
It's like he fucking ate a thesaurus in a dictionary and he's just shitting it out with the shit he says.
I honestly think that he has enough smug emissions to cover all of San Francisco.
Yes.
Smug.
From the South Park episode, his smug is just out the roof.
Oh, fuck. And he smells his own farts. You know it, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's wafting those, straight up into his nose. He's basically, when people fucking try and commit suicide with exhaust pipes, he's just got a hose connected from his ass to his face, and he's like, "Oh, Johnny boy, I gotta smell, smell my own shit."
Just had a tweet fly up by in my feed from Total Biscuit. And I think he kind of summed up this whole thing with MSNBC brilliantly. It's mainstream media has a vested interest in marginalizing this industry. They are in competition with it. Do remember that.
They are, and he's got
absolutely.
But
I mean, think about how much HBO shit themselves when services like Hulu and Netflix got popular.
It's true. Though, what did HBO do? HBO joined in.
Yeah, they made their own service, and not only did they make their own service, they started making exclusive content on a much higher budget, and that got them viewers again with stuff like, better episodes of, well, I won't say better because I heard that it just kind of went batshit crazy with it in True Blood, and they really ramped it up with Game of Thrones. They made the content they could deliver more desirable.
Exactly. Which is what these other media outlets need to do. So somebody pointed in chat, and I think we all knew she made money, but I don't know if anybody knew how much. Asked, any of you guys looked into how much Sarkeesian makes off a single lecture? It's about $1,500. Can you talk about any bigger of a fucking scam?
Jesus Christ.
She lectures 4 times a fucking week. fuck is paying her $1,500 a lecture and then supporting her Patreon on top of the $165,000 people already fucking gave her?
She got to pay that rent for living in San Francisco.
You fucking pay with your own goddamn farts.
Yeah, I know.
Fucking else.
Have you seen Brianna Wu's tweet? It was retweeted by Fart to Continue. If your response to my MSNBC segment today is to tweet angrily over my use of literal, you're probably a sexist and don't understand it.
What the fuck does that even mean?
I don't even know. She's on a completely different fucking world.
She's saying at this point, if you disagree with me, you are sexist, which is the argument we've been fighting since the beginning.
Can one of these people not make it fucking about gender? Can't sometimes you just call a fucking asshole an asshole, regardless of what fucking thing they have between their legs? Is that fucking possible?
Nope, because it's easy, it gets them hits.
She's blogging on Tumblr right now.
Oh boy.
Fucking sure she is. She's a Tumblr.
It's Tumblr, yeah. Thank God, fucking Tumblr.
You know what? If there ever was a time to use the word twat, it's fucking literally.
Oh God, I love it because this is another kind of hilarious one that kind of through my activity feed. It's from Internet Aristocrat and it says, "I can't wait to see Polygon do a review of this game. I'm sure the staff will be in therapy for weeks." And it's a picture of a PS4 game box with a pair of boobs on it that says "Tit Simulator 14."
By EA Sports.
Absolutely. No. That's tits.
It's question of that. Hold on.
No. It's tits. So it's Team Ninja.
Hold on. I'm totally cutting you off. I know the answer to this. Hate from Hell just put in chat. Here's another thing. If you get her to lecture you, will the invoice be from Feminist Frequency or Sarkeesian? I believe the money goes directly to Anita Sarkeesian, which is why her fucking nonprofit organization is listed as under $50K a year, which is a load of fucking bullshit. It is a goddamn fucking scam, and John McIntosh is perpetuating sexism to the nth degree by continuing to push her out and fucking play the victim role, and it pisses me the fuck off. I've been pretty tame on this, but I'm getting really angry.
Oh, she's blaming Milo here. I was sincere when I said I wanted to calm Gamergate down. I am willing to reach out to people who are genuinely concerned about journalistic ethics and try to find common ground. Milo, I can't ever say his name. Please accept my apologies that this didn't work out. I sincerely wish you the best.
Oh, God. Oh, no. Here's something that I've known that Milo has now fallen into becoming a gamer with the rest of us. It's that his last tweet, "Arg, home Wi-Fi just died 5 minutes into a Dota 2 game. Really is time for bed."
You wait until Milo fucking sees this, if that's what she's saying.
Oh, God.
Oh, God, that's gonna watch.
So just a big question. Was Eric Johnson, who was on that video, was he in the Game Journal Pros list?
That is a good question. Though I do know he owns Recode, which has written a lot of misogyny shit about Gamergate, right? And they happen to be a sister company or funded by or something of that sort by NBC.
Oh yeah, one of their investors is sponsors one of their the overall sort of group, and obviously MSNBC is a part of NBC, and so there could be some sort of bias in obviously there as we've seen. I'd like to know if he was in the Games Journal Pro list. Do we have a list for that anywhere?
Yeah, Milo's site, Innopolis.net.
Looking through the list on Breitbart here, I don't see, what was his name? Eric Johnson? I do not see that name on here.
I bet you there's a page set out there with all the names searchable.
What's the name of the organization he works for again?
Recode, /code.
Yeah, nothing on Recode.
Yeah, if you check back in the chat, I actually posted their disclaimer where they. Where is it?
So another thing.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Revere Media is the organization that is.
Yep.
What was the name of that media company again?
Revere.
Revere.
Like Paul.
Nah. Nah, nothing.
But as we know, Paul doesn't ride horses. That's only Greg Cocksucker, whatever his last name is the only one who fucking rides horses. This shit's really got me angry today. Another thing that fucking pissed me the fuck off today, and I'm swearing a lot because I'm mad, I apologize, is I must have been told 4 fucking times from 4 different people that I needed to goddamn check my privilege. You know what? I may be white and I may have a fucking tiny-ass penis, but I fucking grew up... I've spent 2 years in a shelter because my parents couldn't afford to put food on the table. I fucking struggled with coke addiction. Who the fuck are they to tell me about how lucky I am to be a white fucking male? Who the fuck are they? Oh, that pisses me off.
You're about to say, why is being mad, or why is being mad, sorry, why is being white and male at all such a bad thing?
That's what I want to know. And I am in no way, shape, or form, and it's fucking sad I've got to say this, but I know somebody out there will find this and latch onto it and run with how we're all MRAs. I am in no goddamn way affiliated with an MRA movement that wants to shit on women or anything like that, right? Like, that is not me. I'm closely, or somewhat, egalitarian, right? Fucking equal opportunity for everybody. I don't really goddamn care.
I mean, you'll if you search through me, you'll find that I've contributed money to the ACLU and the Democratic Party.
Exactly. So, with that said, why is being a white male all of a sudden a goddamn insult? When did that happen? It's just fucking racism and sexism on the other end. And they will never, ever see that or admit it. They'll see it. They just won't fucking admit it.
But as is the sort of dominant, through the centuries, from the 20th to 19th, men, white males have, ruled the world, and it's, time for us to pay.
What? White males ran fucking America? White people ran fucking America because the white people from Britain founded America, and we were predominantly white. Did they ever fucking think that? You know what I mean? Like, okay, the gender thing I get. That was a big battle and all that. But the fact that we're white has more to do with, throughout history, this country was really majority white. Of course the majority of people in power were fucking white.
Well, they're even pulling, and this is a funny parallel to draw. They're pulling Ku Klux Klan tactics with all this, with some of the language they're using, like calling people gender traitors. That is a KKK tactic straight out of their book, because they have coined a term also known as race traitors.
Yes.
That is a tactic straight out of their book, because they said, because their stuff is, you're not doing anything to benefit just the white race, you're not doing anything to benefit just, our organization or white people in general, therefore you are a race traitor. Well, isn't that the same language the other side is using against us? It's just framing it with different language.
Yep.
Well, as soon as you label something as a hate organization, it's very hard to take that back. And that's what they've been doing today.
Totally.
It pisses me off that people aren't smart enough to see through this bullshit. You cannot you cannot say you're a hate organization. Prove you're not. You cannot fucking do that. That's not how proof and facts and science fucking works. But what the fuck am I thinking? They don't believe in science. That's just another form of fucking patriarchy. It's science with the male gaze. I'm fucking angry. Sorry, guys. I'm pretty mad about this right now. You can't tell.
Oh, okay, I can understand. I mean, I've had a pretty shitty day with regards to this.
Hey,
even before.
Go ahead.
Even before MSNBC dropped, it was still a pretty shitty day for Gamergate. Anyway, that Jizabel article came out and was quite literally just jizz.
That's all it was. It is all it fucking was. But you know what? I'm just sick of this bullshit. When I first started gaming with my dad on an old fucking tiny-ass ColecoVision, everybody in the world were saying gamers were just...
Oh, ColecoVision.
Unsocial fucking nerds that nobody wanted anything to do with. They were geeks. They don't shower. They smell bad. And then after that, it was fucking Jack Thompson, and I'm a murderer, and... Hey, look, any teenager who murders somebody plays games, so obviously it's fucking games. And now this. I'm just fucking sick of it. I'm sick of being unable to enjoy my hobby without somebody telling me what it makes me.
Oh, somebody was on about. Somebody really did pull a complete fucking hatshit job with links and said, I'm sick of gamers. They were responsible for Columbine and and all this shit going back to then. And I was just like, what the fuck? We've been having to defend ourselves since then. I don't think there's is there such a fucking pastime that's taken so much fucking abuse in the past few years than gaming?
That is a very good question. Some might argue comic books.
Yeah, we did have that discussion last time, didn't we?
Yeah, I mean, they tried Comic Gate and that kind of fell apart because they happened to do it right as the Gamergate movement was really ramping up.
Yeah, but
Oh,
that was to do with that Spider-Man issue, wasn't it?
Yeah, and comics have been going the more social justice-y, kind of way for years, just to keep readers.
My fucking head is spinning because I'm sick of having to defend the fucking hobby I love, right? Like, why is playing video games such a goddamn terrible hobby? I can't figure it out.
Because you're doing something that makes you happy, and there always will be someone there to shit on your happiness.
That's pretty true.
That is true. That's a good point. Another thing that pissed me the fuck off, going back to John McIntosh, fucking douchebag, made a tweet something along the lines of how doing a move in Bayonetta 2 makes her clothes fall off and she has no control over that. So therefore, or some shit like that. And it's like, since when did video game characters become fucking sentient and had any ability whatsoever to control their motions? Why are we placing personal fucking feelings on a goddamn pixel?
I think it's going along the lines of the fact that all this is under the player's control, and it's supposed to be assumed that the player is doing this, not the character. Well, this is a man who has never encountered the difference between Western games and Japanese games, because Western games have always had their emphasis on, like, if you look at something like Skyrim. Skyrim, since it is first person, it wants you to directly assume that role as a person. You are in the land of Skyrim, or for older games, you are in the land of Oblivion, or you are in the Unreal Tournament, and things like that. Whereas Eastern and Japanese games have always had the story focused around a character and what that character does. The player happens to be controlling it, but ultimately the character in the center of the story, such as Bayonetta, Cloud, the characters from the Kingdom Hearts series, and I know I'm bringing up JRPGs, but that's just kind of the theme they go with. The story focuses around them and the actions you give them instead of the player directly doing these things.
There was a BBC show, sorry, just seen the chat, and Coase just responded to it. Apparently there was a BBC show.
I did not know that. I'm going to have to check that out once we're done here.
Yeah.
I didn't see that. I mean, because in terms of American media, that's one thing that I like. The BBC actually tends to favor both views. Like they'll actually give an argument to one that they have vetted.
Yeah, which is good for BBC. It's good.
We've got actually 10 people in here, so if people want to say hello for the first time, say hello in the chat. We actually do respond to people in the chat.
Yes,
we have 1,000 people.
Yeah.
King of Paul on.
King of Paul on. Well, the chat will soon skyrocket, and the number of viewers will skyrocket.
Yes.
Just
hopefully.
Yeah, but I don't want to wade through like fucking shit. Our chat's pretty.
Is he getting drunk? That's the question that we need to raise. Is he going to be getting drunk as we're talking?
What, King of Paul?
Yeah. Oh God.
No, Sargon. Is Sargon getting drunk as we talk?
Him too.
I don't think so. I don't know. I'm not gonna say. I don't speak for Sargon.
Fuck. I was gonna say something else about this Macintosh shit, and now I don't fucking remember.
He's a massive dickbag.
He makes Glenn Beck look sane.
I can't fathom that would ever be fucking possible. He makes Rush Limbaugh look sane. I mean, think about that.
And Rush Limbaugh, the man who, to the entire black community, asking a question about black voters, said that they're 12% of the population. Who cares? He makes that guy look sane.
Exactly. Think about that. Let that fucking sink in for a goddamn minute.
Yep, but remember, listen and believe, listen and believe, listen and fucking believe.
Seriously, okay, hold on. Watching the XOXO thing made me think if I was her, I'd pull out a Sierra casebook or an old Game Boy or something or something like that to prove I am a gamer. The problem is, Anita Sarkeesian is not a gamer. She's said so herself. She doesn't enjoy video games. There is proof of that all over the fucking internet. Just go look. She is not a gamer. She is a toy for John McIntosh to do whatever the fuck it is he's doing.
To push his message, not hers.
Exactly. To push his goddamn message. And if you read his tweets, here we go. I'm gonna get old on you guys. How many of you here? Well, I'm sure Cerberus hasn't because he's in the UK. Watched Boy Meets World.
I did.
Hey, I have seen that.
Okay, you have. Have you seen the episode where that guy's name, I forget his name, and it might be John McIntosh now that I think about it. I forget his last name. Was a cult leader that Sean Hunter joined?
Oh, yeah, I can remember that.
Oh, yeah, the cult episode.
The cult episode. John McIntosh sounds exactly like that fucking guy. He sounds exactly like a pseudo-fucking intellect, the moral gatekeeper, I'm going to sound really smart and really deep and really caring about people, so you come join my cause.
Now you want to hear some absolutely nutty shit? Compare what he's saying to Jim Jones in his early days.
Yeah.
Because it's creepy. It's really, really, really creepy.
Oh, can we go? That's a Jim that we should be talking about. That was another thing that managed to escape. Jim fucking Sterling earlier today.
Oh,
people digging up his, previous rather sexist tweets and then just going, that's in the past, that's in the past. That shit, he's apologized about it. Yeah, but it kind of gives you a good indication that he was just a bigger dickbag than, the same as any, the type of things they're trying to pin on us at the moment. We sound pretty fucking progressive.
Yeah, I mean, good God, I saw that shit flying up last night from Press Fart to Continue. And sadly, I couldn't help but laugh at some of those just because some of that language was hilarious. Yeah, it's horribly sexist, but some of that stuff he was saying was hilarious.
So it's this is where I have a real hard time. Sometimes people can say things like Jim Sterling and not be a sexist. Sometimes you can just say things for the fucking lulz. You know what I mean? That is entirely fucking possible. And I'm going to invoke somebody that a lot of people cannot stand. But somebody like Carlos Mencia or Joe Rogan or any of these like shock comics say a lot of shit.
Oh, God.
That doesn't make them sexist. Sometimes you can just fucking say something.
God, yeah, Jim Norton. Jim Norton is the epitome of that, if you've ever listened to him. Jim Norton.
Jack Thompson in a hipster package. Sorry, I'm reading chat.
That's fine.
A nice way to fucking sum up John McIntosh.
Absolutely.
That's exactly what he is. Jack Thompson in a hipster package. I bet you he owns a goddamn fedora. And he probably drives a fucking Prius.
I'm going to keep my mouth shut on the fedora issue, but that's because I don't actually own one. It was kind of given to me.
Oh, man. Can I have it?
I've got two, actually. They were both my great-grandfathers, and one I'm willing to give away, the other one I'm not, just because it's an old, it's probably from the 1960s.
Wow. Fedora.
M'lady.
My tipping would intensify threefold.
I actually like this point from Hate from Hell. Point is, she is not thinking about talking about Anita, about how to engage the gaming community at all. And that is a very good point. I don't think she wants to. I don't think any of these people actually want to engage. And I think literally Woo fucking proved that 100% with Radio Nero. They don't actually want to engage. They want you to fucking listen and believe.
They want to give you the illusion of engagement.
Yes, of course, because they want people to go, hey, look, they're trying. Gamers just aren't listening. Don't fucking be fooled by it. They don't want you to. They don't want to engage. They want you to listen and believe. It is no different than a parent saying to their child, "Because I said so."
And now they've shafted someone who is a reporter at a major news organization.
Mm.
JP reporting, fedoras don't have the same stigma here. That's good.
Good.
Fucking Japanese are awesome. And maybe that was a little racist to say, but Japanese.
Why don't we just all move to Japan? Seriously, they love
Seriously.
games.
I loved Tokyo when I was there. It was a nice city. Just I almost got ran over twice. That was about the only thing.
Well, that sucks. I will say my sister was stationed in Okinawa, and she did not have nice things to say about how they treated American military in Okinawa.
Okinawa was a totally different beast from everything I've heard from my friends who actually are there. It is a different beast than the mainland.
Well, I mean, we did fucking blow them up, so.
Well, no, that's not Okinawa. That's mainland Japan, where Hiroshima and Nagasaki were. Okinawa is like Little America at this point.
Yeah, they've got a bad relationship between the two, basically. Between the two, between the civilians and the base there.
Yeah, and that's what it is, because a lot of it is Marines and Navy in Okinawa, and it's mostly Marines, which just means you're filled with a bunch of jarheads who are fucking causing ruckus everywhere they go.
Navy, Marines, and Air Force all right there.
Yep. Okinawa is shit. Did you mean is shit? Or is the shit? Or you shit in Okinawa once? Anyone seen the Oprah appearance where she argues with, among other people, Jello?
I can't say that I have seen that, but that's because I don't watch Oprah.
I don't either.
No.
I fucking remember the point I was going to make about John McIntosh being a sexist pig. Where was all this fucking moral outrage for 50 Shades of Grey?
Oh no, that's a woman's fantasy. That's empowering. It's.
You guys obviously don't have the answer. But that's what I want to know. Where was all this fucking moral outrage over 50 Shades of Grey?
I think the funny thing is, because that one was written from the perspective of a woman and written by a female writer. At least I think it was.
No,
then it was.
Wasn't it?
I thought it was a female author.
Maybe it would be.
I don't know. It was just fucking awful, so who would read it in the first place?
I don't know.
Green is a woman.
I do want the cookbook 50 Shades of Chicken, though.
Yes, so do I.
Well, I bought my dad for Christmas 50 Shades of Grey. That was brilliant.
Where's all this fucking moral outrage over these movies, right? Where's all this fucking moral outrage over... I was going to say Maxim magazine, but there probably is. Over fucking Cosmopolitan.
Where's the moral outrage over fucking Twilight? Because Twilight teaches you the importance of having a boyfriend.
Yeah, exactly.
Really? I thought it taught you the importance of how to sparkle.
It did. It did. And it's crazy to talk about, to bring up Twilight because it's hilarious, because of the hilarious stuff behind the scenes on that. Did you actually know that Stephanie Meyer has her email filtered, I think, by her brother, so she gets no negative criticism whatsoever?
Are you serious?
Yes. That's coming from Cracked, so take that as reliable as you will, but that was something that someone on Cracked actually put up on their website. Stephanie Meyer receives no negative criticism, only positive criticism.
That wouldn't surprise me. She's just a fucking hipster, so that wouldn't surprise me. And Luth...
She goes to cry in her vault full of money like Scrooge McDuck.
Yep. Luthfi made a good point, but at the same time, Bayonetta is designed by a woman. So 50 Shades of Grey, written by a woman, is okay. Bayonetta, designed by a woman, not okay. That's going on Twitter. That's all I have to say about that.
Totally, yeah.
That is so going on Twitter as we speak, because I can't understand it.
Did I really make Mountain Dew come out your nose last night, Jeremy?
Nah, I just kind of coughed and it just kind of sputtered and the fumes came out.
I am very sad. I thought I'd won.
What
Damn
did
it.
you say? What did I miss?
Oh, never mind. It was it was it was a long time ago in the chat.
Yeah,
Ages
it
ago.
was something that he made me laugh at. I can't remember for the life of me what it is.
It was something about Woo.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
oh yeah.
Oh
I mean,
yeah,
I
the
can.
music from the Jungle Book. Yeah.
Oh no, there was the other bit as well. It was just talking about literally Woo's husband, basically. Because I mean, we were just talking about who would actually want to live with a perpetual liar, you know, and it was just like, I just said that was it. I said they must have the most hate-filled sex, where she fucks him with a strap on and shouts
Oh
out
God,
and, and shouts out, "Try and oppress me now, agents of the patriarchy."
he just sounds like a dude who would enjoy a good pegging. I mean, Jesus.
Oh,
So I just heard from the guy I work with, and he said I asked him talking about his brother, who is married, who him and his wife are huge social justice warriors. I asked him if he thought there was any scandal involved in it, and he asked me this: how so? Like the threatening violence and rape part, or the stupid game journalism guys? I
Yeah,
I didn't even know how to respond, so I said abort. Time to fucking abort that conversation.
how come one obviously troll person now defines an entire movement? One person's actions defines an entire person's fucking, entire movements.
I
It's
don't.
just,
I keep going back to and people have told me this is not the best analogy, and I get it. But would you do these people require every single Islamic person to stand up and denounce ISIS before they are willing to respect Islam?
oh,
Because that's what it feels like.
I mean, the whole thing. I mean, so many people have apologized, for the actions of the extremists that people don't even listen to them anymore at all. So.
I mean, obviously, I mean, look at the smear job that the United States press did to the Muslim culture because of 9/11, and look how long that's taking to actually get kind of, well, for lack of a better word, unfucked.
1 second. Continue.
I mean, the United States, we quickly adapt to kind of anti. It's weird that we kind of get into anti-race things so quick, but we really did with post 9/11 because they're men that happen to be Muslim that did this. Well, then the entire Muslim populace must be in on this. No, we are proving that they are proving that wrong.
I tell you what, it was a real pick-me-up was that Sargon getting all those people to, all the female voices of Gamergate to represent themselves, on the hashtag. But I did love somebody's response earlier, which was, "God damn it, Sargon, Gamergate isn't your personal dating agency."
Oh,
Which was funny.
where's that list of U.S. burn centers? That was just too good.
Oh man, that was third-degree burns,
That
man.
was top right there.
Was that top keg?
Possibly top kick. I don't know. I know it was top, but maybe not top kick.
So right, where's the hate going with this talk at the moment?
I really don't know. It's just kind of general direction at this point. Just because, I mean, it's been so odd today to be a part of this because we just, in one fell swoop, we got instantly smeared by the mainstream U.S. media, and at the same time, we got painted with a fair and balanced brush in the British media.
Well, in whatever this is, I haven't actually seen it yet.
Yeah.
Alright, sorry guys. My wife was talking to me, giving me some homemade apple pie.
Oh, sweet.
You know
Hey, we
what?
can hear the crickets.
Now you can hear the crickets. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna fuck this apple pie because I am a shitlord.
Are you going balls deep in the
Thank
apple?
God.
I am so fucking balls deep in this apple pie because, like I said, I am a goddamn fucking shitlord and I am proud of it.
I'm gonna go straight up Jason Biggs and American Pie with that, eh?
Oh fuck yeah!
I'm surprised we actually.
Goddamn fucking privilege.
I'm surprised we had this many women in Gamergate, actually,
Yeah.
from all these pictures.
Jesus Christ. Hey, you know what? It just busts our preconceptions.
That's right. Because your opponents don't want to argue and defend their viewpoints, they just want the fighter perceived the bad guy, so they demonize everything on the opposite side. Is that in reference to something you guys said?
It was kind of relating the way the United States perceived Muslims post 9/11 to this whole thing.
Gotcha.
Because we did a smear job with that.
Did we? Who did we smear?
Post 9/11, the United States as a country smeared the Muslim religion because the people that killed that many people in New York and that many people in Washington D.C. just happened to be Muslim.
Yes.
I can't believe Sargon now identifies me as a woman.
Christ.
Well, you see, he retweeted the picture I sent him. I was just gonna break. I was trying to go for his combo breaker on all those females that were sending pics him. Where's the chat? I'll fucking send it.
I'll be right back again, guys, real quick.
I'll stop fucking the pie, man. Or share the pie.
Right back. 2 seconds.
Actually, no. I don't want your dick filled pie.
Yeah, I see it. I got it. Jesus. Very nice.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, you should see another one that I've got called Ass as a Fire, which is how close can you get your ass to a flaming barbecue pit?
Oh, might want to be careful with that. Could get sued by South Park.
Well, it was seriously. I mean, it was how close you could get it, and while somebody was spraying lighter fluid into it.
What the fuck?
All right, I'm back. I apologize.
I might actually share that picture if I can find it again.
God, it's like getting a bunch of military guys together that bullshit. Something's gonna get lit on fire or explode, one way or the other. I mean, it really is.
Oh well, my face has been inside a fireball.
As has
That
mine
was
too.
fucking... Yeah.
You know what my face has been? in?
I'm just gonna see if I can.
Hi. Sorry, go ahead.
I don't have.
Will you stop talking about the goddamn apple pie, man?
I
Unless you're sharing.
It's got French vanilla ice cream on top too.
Oh, fuck you. Now I'm hungry.
I don't know if this link will work, but I'm just pasting it in our chat. See if this will work.
No, I did favorite that tweet about where he's now putting you in the email identity.
Content unavailable. Yeah.
Is it content unavailable?
Yeah.
Oh, motherfucker.
I do want to read something in reference to they just want to demonize and the opposite side. I gotta find it now, but it's within that SJW piece that Niche Gamer posted. I do have to find it.
No. What time are we? We're at 2 o'clock at the moment.
Yeah, where is Sargon?
I'll send him a message just to see. I sent him the link at 1:30 and he responded, "Cool, thanks." Oh wait, I think that was to that.
Now I can't find it, but there was a part where he talked about that in here.
What was that?
About how they needed to cook up an enemy.
Oh yeah. Because it's.
Here we go. Here we go. I do want to read this because I think it's relevant to what he said or she. I'm not pretending to think.
Hashtag not your shield.
No, that Lutfi Mohammed. Mohammed is a male or female. But anyways, before detailing further how I swallowed my pride on this and admitted that I was just being a coward and choosing a position, I will say that these are now my conclusions. Gamergate is not a consumer-driven hate mod that only capitalism could create. Quite the contrary. While trolls exist on both sides, I fear the media narrative that has been built to fight Gamergate is a carefully calculated message of supposed righteous intent that only the I can't fucking say that word now.
Oh.
Cockatoo?
No.
Capitulate.
Capitulating. I can't say P and an I in it.
Capitulation.
Capitulating, yeah.
Capitulation.
I always have a problem with that. Capitulating, self-congratulatory, deferential sensationalist corporate media could create. They've cooked up a dragon to slay, and slowly it appears the facade of this convenient narrative is crumbling. Feminists and liberals, when it comes to Gamergate and empty hashtag blogging activism, I can't fucking read.
Activism.
Yes, activism, are in fact the ones who've had their good intentions hijacked. They've allowed the single-minded and opportunist narcissist within their movement to drive the conversation.
It's that fucking pie, man. It's you. It's making you can't. It's making you not be able to talk. Fuck, it's doing it to me too.
Yeah, it's fucking you. That pie's evil, man. Kill it.
You know what it is? It's because I had my balls in it. That's why.
Oh man. Dude, no one wants your ball pie.
Yeah, you do.
Alright.
Yeah, you do.
Maybe I do. Maybe I do.
Unpleasant image. I need to flush that. I need to get my eye bleach
I'm
out.
still trying to make it able that you're able to see asses of fire. That's an unpleasant image.
God.
Where is it? Oh, god damn it.
So, sir,
How do I get this to you guys?
you haven't read this piece yet, have you?
No, and it would be a dishonest service to if I tried to read it. Somebody.
Oh, let me read this paragraph again real quick, because you, of all people, will definitely appreciate this. Oh, hold on one second.
Goddamn pie.
Very good, thank you.
Pie's just fucking you up tonight, man.
I know. It's a very good pie. You would appreciate this. Sorry. SJWs might not take well to this sort of harsh language. I could easily get nastier and say that SJWism is misguided, bored, white girl rage, and the white knights who want to get in their pants, projecting their feelings of guilt onto everyone else. But my name isn't Lee Alexander, and painting a caricature of a movement is convenient but dishonest. Talk about an SJW slamming their fucking megaphone.
Wow.
Yeah, I said it. I said it at the beginning of the Gamergate movement, and I'll say it again. And I said thousands of voices can drown out even the loudest of megaphones.
Yep. And we've done that, I think. Because she's been conspicuously quiet ever since Intel pulled out.
No, she wasn't. God, no, she wasn't.
No?
No, she blasted Intel for leaving Gamasutra. Absolutely shat on them.
Yeah. And she wasn't the only one. I mean, this is which is why I'm wondering what the response will be of the companies that have decided to boycott. Where are they going to go from here now that we are literally labeled as a hate movement?
Well, I mean think about this. Intel, like TB said in the interview with Tito and Eric Kane, Intel only left one site.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't leave Kotaku. Because I think they're still Intel still sponsors Kotaku or Gawker Media as a whole.
I think people will still pull out, though. And why I say that is they're smart to pull out. Because I didn't pull out twice, and in both times I ended up with children. So if
I knew you were going there. God, man, what was that pie done to you?
As much as I will say this, as much as liberals, and I still kind of classify myself as left-leaning. As much as the left in the United States shits on Ronald Reagan, he did one thing. He declared when he saw shit was going bad in a war, he declared victory and pulled out.
Yeah, that's what he did. He declared victory.
And then he just left.
And it worked, though, right?
Yeah, his opinion didn't. The opinion polls on him didn't go down a bit.
And I wonder and what's funny is they actually tried to do that. They being the anti-Gamergate crowd, right? They tried to start the game over gate and declare victory, and they just got wholeheartedly called bullshit on.
Hashtag game ethics.
Yeah, they tried.
God, that was fun. That was fun for all 30 minutes that lasted.
Yes.
Yeah, they've constantly been trying to adjust the narrative, though.
Did we get an answer from Sargon, by the way? We did tell.
Yeah, about half an hour to 45 minutes or so.
Okay,
that's no problem then.
I'm a dude, no worries. Hold on. Narrative is just one example of such words. Oh, Hate from Hell said some things. Not sure myself. What did he say?
Yeah, it's that the idea of narrative itself is bad, or the language of the language of what narrative is bad.
Why?
Not sure myself thinking out loud. Here's a thought, though. The key, I think, is the use of language. A common word both sides use is narrative. Here's why narrative is bad. It's a catch-all for the back and forth in a debate, but the word itself doesn't mean a debate. It means they are telling you a story. Gamergate should probably not use that word and draw attention to how it's used to shut down debate.
That's a very good point, actually.
Yeah.
Who is this guy? He's making so much sense.
Yeah.
I mean,
Actually,
I'm just...
that. Is agenda a better word?
No, agenda seems steeped in, like,
Politics.
shit. Yeah, I can't think of a better word than it. Just seems like it's steeped in too much bullshit, basically, agenda.
I like his point. It's the fact that we're trying to push, we use the word narrative for both sides. We have our we push their narrative, we push ours, but the point he was making is the fact that we even use the word narrative is bad, because Gamergate as a central point has no narrative. It is a discussion, it is discourse. They're pushing a narrative and trying to stop discourse.
Well, that makes sense because they are transmedia storytellers.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, transmedia, man. That all started with that whole fucking silver string media bullshit.
Yeah, transmedia itself is really fucking cool, right? The idea is really cool.
What the hell is transmedia?
It's basically like telling I can't remember how he said it. It was like telling a story on multiple sorts of levels. So basically, it's like expanding the narrative, sorry, use of the word, of a game through other mediums, like, for instance, like finding out more about characters through a mobile phone app or something, or going to a character's website. It's like creating a meta, basically, within a game.
So one central story, 6 different outlets.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
But
in simple terms.
It's like finding, for instance, they were always talking about like finding a character who's in a game who has their own sort of personal website and their own personal sort of lives, and it's so convincing that you don't realize that it's actually a marketing sort of tool.
Oh, I remember when when some of that shit started with, I think it was with Batman Arkham Asylum, where they had an actual like Arkham Asylum website that you could go through and dig into to get into more of the story with.
Oh no, it's been going since the Blair Witch.
Oh yeah.
That was the first ever sort of immersive. Fuck me. I mean, I was a teenager at the time, and I fucking loved horror movies, and the idea that thing could have been potentially real at the time was fucking. Woo! I remember a couple of the people I'm with who, I can safely say we thought that was real at the time. We got swept up in the high, hysteria of that whole fucking marketing ploy. It was really good.
Oh yeah. I mean, you want to talk about masters of PR? Movie companies. Movie companies are some of the best people that can do that with.
Mm.
Oh God.
One example I know I saw Silver String specifically, our good friend Andrew Grant Wilson talking about on Vancouver Backstage was an app they designed for them, or a service that had to do with house parties and how you could host a house party, and then you could also attend that house party from within the mobile app, and then you could share like contact info with these people in the mobile app at a house party through the mobile app. And then while they're there, they could also blog about their experience on some website, and they could.
What? It sounds like a shittier version of LinkedIn.
Well, yes.
Yeah. If I was at a party, I'd be getting drunk and pissing in someone's flower pots. Or I used to have a friend, and he currently lives in Australia, and he used to have this thing where he'd get drunk, and he'd just end up inadvertently pissing on the most expensive thing in the house. Basically, he got so drunk once he pissed on someone's like flat screen giant television, pissed on their PS2, pissed in their laundry basket.
Hey man, your clock won't flush.
Yeah, pretty much. He was just like, hey, your Xbox, it wouldn't turn on afterwards. It's kind
You
of soggy.
pissed on it.
You bet. And that used to be his forte. I used to throw up on girls' shoes. Like they'd be walking past, and I'd just go, "Bleh," and I'd ruin a pair of shoes inadvertently.
I've never done that. I did ruin someone's table. I will say that, and that was a total accident.
How do you do that?
We were playing a game of if you're familiar with the card game Asshole, we were playing that.
I fucking love Asshole.
And I got and I basically and I was the asshole around, and they took the cap off of a beer, which was an Alaska Amber. It was kind of a darker beer. He crimped it and dropped it in my beer, and he said, "Drink it down to that." And this was after only like 2 or 3 beers. I slammed the entire beer within like maybe a minute, less than a minute at least. And then you could just look at me and give me the 3 count, because on the 3, it just everywhere all over that guy's table.
Nah.
Well, I will tell you a story. Though remember the last story I told was about me washing my cock in a Burger King bathroom. But
that was a great story. Rated PG-13.
Rated PG-13, because what 13-year-old hasn't done that? But
I still piss at my sink at home sometimes just because I'm too lazy to go to the toilet.
When I was in high school, my mother tended bar, so she got home really late. And I remember one day, or 1 year really, we threw a birthday party for my friend who was turning 21. I don't know, I was 16 at the time maybe. And everybody got so pissed drunk, and we had like this cake that was literally the size of like an 8-person coffee table, right? Like it was ginormous. And sometime throughout the night, the cake had got shoved between the wall and the carpet. You know how there's that little gap? Well, somebody had lined our condo with the cake shoved in that little gap. We did not realize it until we moved out of that condo 3 years later. We found dried cake between the wall and the carpet.
God, that sounds like someone was trying to caulk. It sounds like someone was trying to caulk the wall gap with cake.
That's exactly what they were trying to do.
God.
Drunk people are wonderful, aren't they?
They can. That's what I love about drunk people. They're always 2 extremes. They're either complete assholes or the best people in the world, and you can always tell them apart. Or they're the saddest people in the world.
They are. Yeah, they're one or the other. They're both extreme, right? They're one of the extremes.
They're either uppers or downers, and you've got to find one of them. But you'll always be able to tell which is which.
Okay, apparently this woman is inspired and impressed with the beautiful, strong, intelligent, diverse people of gaming through those pictures that have been sent. I just want to retweet my picture and go, yes, I am strong, intelligent, and no, I'm just a basement dweller. Back I go.
This is an infographic. I'm just seeing this for the first time. This is an infographic they put on MSNBC. Sexism experienced by women in gaming. Inappropriate sexual jokes. Belittlement of skills. Being inviting to meetings that are actually dates.
Yeah.
Where the fuck does this shit come from?
Comes from my ass.
Inappropriate sexual jokes. What's an inappropriate sexual joke? I'm asking a question. What's an inappropriate sexual joke?
What?
I mean,
in what context? I'm lost.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm reading what they put on MSNBC. This is the infographic they put on MSNBC Daring to Read report.
Okay. Has anyone made any?
By women in gaming include inappropriate sexual jokes.
Okay, trash talk.
Yeah. I think we should put this out there. Basically, they don't like it when they don't understand trash talk. They don't understand, the dynamic between 2 individuals who are completely faceless, competing against each other competitively, anonymously as well. They don't understand shit gets flung. regardless of gender.
Yeah, have they ever been to a regular sporting event, even with, girls or guys? There is some fucking trash talk going on regardless of where they go.
How many feminists does it take to screw in a light bulb? None. A man.
No. I heard a better answer to that.
What?
How many? And I'll phrase this a little bit. How many third wave feminists does it take to screw in a light bulb? None. One to hold it, the rest of them to try to change the world around them.
I see. I would just say the patriarchy.
I haven't seen the patriarchy still. I don't know where it is.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't come to the meeting with us like last Thursday?
No. Everything happens last Thursday, doesn't it?
It's some bunker where the Illuminati are. They're trying to get us there. They're trying to change the meeting places and whatnot.
I wonder what the punch is like.
I don't know. Ask Jim Jones.
Oh.
Yeah.
I saw somebody post this on Twitter, and it made me piss my pants laughing, even though I know it's not true. It was just a single tweet that said the patriarchy, and it was a picture of Queen Elizabeth.
Boys, we're gonna get blasted in another major media outlet.
Who?
HuffPost.
What?
What's HuffPost?
Huffington Post. It's kind of clickbaity news organization that's really followed by the left.
Oh, I know about HuffPost. I'm saying, what are they doing?
Someone tweeted to Zoe Quinn, interested in coming on HuffPost Live tomorrow, 10:14 at 1:40 p.m. EST to discuss Gamergate. Let me know when you can.
Oh.
You know she is. So.
I'll forward this. I'll forward the tweet to you guys in the Hangout chat.
Okay, seriously, I'm going to go back to that Jade Fox tweet about Zoe Quinn that somebody blacked out a load of information on it. But them, it seems far too fucking orchestrated to be.
Here it comes, guys. You know what? Now's the time for the fucking pep talk. We've been here before. Jack Thompson tried this shit. Jack Thompson tried this shit in fucking Congress. And hey, average American is far stupider than a congressman, which is not saying much because congressmen aren't fucking very smart. So goddamn pro tip. Fucking bring it.
This was posted on the 7th of October, according to Zoe Quinn. I'm just going to post it there. A little late, but...
Where is this shit? Here it is. Hold on.
It was the same day, apparently, that Jade Fox got threatened. Now, aside from Jade Fox and whatever happened to her, not to discredit it or, downplay or whatever, that tweet is so ominous.
Hey, it's pretty clear who they're talking about, though. I hate to take away from what my people are doing, so I edited some identities from it and saved it. More to come. And then it says, I like your attitude. And then the Quinspiracy. We'll run all the ringleaders by the end of the week. Boycott bitch, the NYS guy.
And I threw the tweet out that said, steal yourselves, people. We're going to get blasted by another media outlet tomorrow. Just get ready.
Yep. But this looks like the people who came after Jade Fox was Zoe Quinn. Is that what I'm seeing here?
No, Zoe Quinn kind of like endorsed it. Whoever wrote that tweet was addressing her and doesn't actually, and has been blacked out. So, it all just seems so fucking ominous, and they're still sitting there behind the scenes laughing at us because we can't prove any of the Game Journal Pro stuff beyond the email links. We can't prove coercion and collusion between editors, basically, to write those articles, and they know it. And that is the thing that they just keep rubbing in our fucking faces.
Which is the sad part. I wish we could genuinely prove it. I really do.
You wouldn't be able to prove it. It's the same as it. The Watergate scandal revealed the Nixon tapes, We needed the Nixon tapes to prove the Gamergate scandal,
Yeah.
basically.
We needed the literal smoking gun.
Yeah, we never got it. We got shell casings.
Yeah.
So shots were fired. Oh god, I hate that expression as well. Shots were fired.
Hashtag wrecked.
I don't mind that one, but that's mainly because I watch Russian Badger all the time. Get wrecked, turbo noobs.
So this is sad news. I don't know who Carbcore is, but he was apparently a supporter of Gamergate. And Base Parrot, who by the way is an awesome account, everybody should be following fucking Base Parrot, said, "Bad news, Gamergate. Been notified one of our own, Carbcore, lost his battle with cystic fibrosis."
Oh, sympathies definitely go out to him.
Damn, man.
And before Sargon gets on, I'm stepping away here for just a couple minutes, but I'll be right back.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to tweet. My deepest condolences and sympathy.
Can you post the link, man?
Yep. Please stand there.
Just want to say, pass on my.
Yeah, we're gonna go for a lull here for a couple minutes, viewers. Stay with us. Sargon is coming, we promise.
I think we're gonna have to tweet that out when he does drop.
Yes.
I hope there's going to be somebody around to. I mean, I don't know what time it is your end.
Oh, it's only 9:22.
Are there any other streams going on the US side?
I have no idea. It's so impossible to do a stream at any time at night. Somebody's always streaming. You know, there's always streams going over each other. So.
Yeah. I'm just going to check out this guy.
That's too bad. Looks like the last time he tweeted was in late September. Dude, this is so sad. I'm just... So, now we got the HuffPost coming at us. Possibly, but I mean, why would Zoe Quinn... Literally who, I should say, turn down a chance to have a soapbox?
Oh yeah, they're all getting on it at the moment.
Becoming a circle jerk. Why the fuck do people keep linking to Jezebel like it's some goddamn reputable news source?
Isabel, remember, Jez.
Jezebel. Why are people fucking referencing Jezebel?
I'm sorry for yours and his parents' loss.
It's just so... I mean, that's too bad.
What was that guy's name? Or that supporter's name? I'm gonna...
Crapco.
I posted the link in the Hangout chat.
Okay.
Like, the last picture of him is, like, he's going through some shit at the hospital, I think. Poor bastard.
Yeah, that's too bad.
Sad, sad, sad.
Yeah, it's all an SJW in on my tweet about 50 Shades of Grey. They fucking come from everywhere. They just come out of the fucking woodwork when you say something they don't like. Who said anything about politics? Just go away. Just fucking... How do I... And the problem is you can't make them go away unless you ignore them. And then if you ignore them, they come back tomorrow and go, I guess that means I won.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you ignore them, they take it as an admission of win. You know, kind of like we just decided to... You know, I can't tell you how many times I've actually, like, rage quit stuff, but I do.
Oh, so do I.
There are only so many times you can just keep on going in the face of your own fucking sanity eroding, basically, because of, you know, assholes.
Yeah. Welcome to playing video games.
God, I love playing video games.
Can't tell you how many fucking...
Life. People are assholes. The sooner you learn to fucking deal with that, SJWs, the sooner you can be actual successful within this meritocracy, which is a wonderful goddamn fucking thing.
They are successful. They've managed to manipulate the system gloriously in their favor.
No, seriously, are they successful? Zoe Quinn's depression quest, she was able to drum up a whopping $800 to give to charity, which is good. Giving money to charity is great, but a whopping $800.
Yeah, but her own personal wealth from Gamergate, her own personal wealth from Gamergate has, you know, that article, you know, she's been paid for her time. I mean, I tweeted that Brianna Wu yesterday. She was like, you know, don't tell my story without me knowing about it, or my say so, or my royalties, basically. You know, that's why the MSNBC thing happened. It was just like they probably paid her. They probably paid her well.
Oh, I'm sure. Hate from Hell said, don't ignore them, argue against them once, make a sharp, concise comment, old forum style. The problem is they don't go away. Yeah, you can't stop. You make one point that is pretty clearly, obviously, the correct point, right? It's logical. It makes sense. And they just spin. Spin, 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 spin.
I mean, and really that's the thing. It's just,
right.
You know, you can make a sharp, concise argument at them, but it doesn't stop them.
No, but like he responded, they won't. Would you if you wanted to troll somebody?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, to borrow your language, to borrow yours in the show Scrubs language, they sit there and they play Poke the Bear. And that gets them support. Because I mean, shit, it's Poke the Bear. I mean, they're doing this almost as some kind of sycophantic power fantasy.
Well, in other news, our brothers in the Middle East are doing well. ISIS seized Anbar base after Iraq Army's tactical retreat. So, you know, we've had some losses, but our Middle Eastern chapter's doing quite well.
Oh boy.
Well, if they're going to compare us to them, we might as well own it.
That's right. I mean,
fuck it.
Just wait for Reese PC and Kevin Farassi to come in here or to start tweeting about how Gamergators admitted to being within the Brotherhood of ISIS.
I'm, you know, totally.
Do we get membership cards and funny hats?
I want a funny.
I've got a pakol, which is a, you know, tribal hat. If anybody wants that from Afghanistan,
I've got a shamaga somewhere. But that's
yeah,
more of a neck. That's more of a neck thing, a neck and mouth thing, though.
No, you can wrap it around your head. You know, go full.
He said Karen Strahan, if I got that right, made a goose. I assuming they meant good point in one of her videos. Arguing with them is unlikely to make them change their mind. However, anyone watching who is not convinced may be swayed. That is totally true because if you read the Niche Gamer piece, I am actually personally aware of that. I'll pat myself on the back as I was one piece of a puzzle of convincing an SJW that their ideology is bullshit, and they're just as harmful as these trolls are. So to people who actually honestly want to listen, they will listen and they will have a crisis of faith if it makes sense for them to do so, as Adam Baldwin said, right? Most of them don't want to listen. And unfortunately, I would venture to say most who really wanted to listen have already listened.
Oh, who was it that... Oh, this is reaching way, way back. This is actually to a DVD I own, the Episode 1 of Star Wars and the deleted scenes. There was actually a quote in that by Qui-Gon Jinn that made wonderful sense with this whole thing. It's that fighting them will only make their opinion stronger. You know, I mean, that's just that nice, succinct kind of Jedi talk. It's that fighting with them will not change that was it. Fighting will not make them change their opinion. It will only make it grow stronger.
See, here's this logic. Actually, I don't even know what I was going to say now. This fucking SJW's got me spinning. I don't even know where my mind is now.
It's on that fucking pie is where it is.
Exactly, it's on that goddamn pie that I had my balls in. But they're gonna get you. They spin you. They spin you until you have no idea where you are anymore.
It's just they whip you up into such a frenzy, and then they want you to make something stupid. They want you to say something stupid, and then when you do, they point it out that you said something stupid and make it a bigger deal than it is.
Yep. You know, the other thing I've noticed that they are very fucking, not that they are good at, but this is exactly what they're doing, is confirmation bias. They
yeah.
If they can't, if they come at you and they can't get confirmation bias immediately, they will find a way to get you to say something that confirms their bias.
Oh yeah.
And that's what Gamergate has become, a battle of confirmation bias.
By the way, one of the best things that I have seen today is in my Twitter feed of in my notification feed of followers. I got followed by Bayonetta's ass today, so
did I.
Absolutely.
It's sentient now, I take it. Well.
Hey, you know what? That is an ass that I would love to have follow me. That's an ass I wouldn't mind following myself.
Exactly. I would follow Bayonetta's ass from here to Kingdom Come.
But you know what? I never actually got on with that game, though. I bought it for... I think my girlfriend at the time bought it, and she couldn't play it, and I tried to play it, and I was just like, I don't know what the fuck's going on here.
Sorry.
It's
with children's toys.
It's essentially a... what is it? It's a spectacle fighter like Devil May Cry. I mean, it's a Shinji Mikami game, so it's the same kind of play style as Devil May Cry or another one, God of War. It's in that kind of vein of games.
Yeah, I know. The Metal Gear, I never got really on with them, but I, kind of made a sacrifice to play Metal Gear Rising because same company, and and I found I was able to play that because it didn't. I don't know. There were a few boss fights that were a bit difficult because of the way the sort of system handles. But yeah, I didn't really know what I was doing in Bayonetta. So
yeah, Bayonetta has a weird story too. At least the first one did, but.
So the game I've been thoroughly enjoying lately has been Hyper Dimension Neptunia, Rebirth 1. Have you guys played it?
I haven't even heard of that, man.
I've heard of it, not played it.
It is a NIS America type game, Cerberus, so it is a Japanese JRPG, and it is just full of fucking fan service. So, did you go? You went to the niche article at least?
Yeah.
Do you remember the big picture?
The top. It's just yeah.
The two chicks holding hands with their tits smushed together. That's from Hyperdimension Neptunia.
Okay.
I mean, service 100% game. But it is phenomenal.
I mean, the only Japanese games that I really play are generally sort of mech-based ones.
So, I'm going to interject again. So I just got another message on Slack from this guy I work with. He said, "I think I may have made my brother stop talking to me."
Woohoo!
What is wrong with him?
You said Japanese mech game, and the first thing that went to my head was the old school Xbox Steel Battalion.
Oh man, I'd kill to have that.
I just want the controller.
I just want the whole damn thing because apparently the game wasn't too bad either.
Yeah, I heard it was a cool game, but I dig joysticks. I mean, I've got my Thrustmaster Hottest Warthog here for Star Citizen, and I saw that joystick and I thought this would be perfect for that game because the two sticks, it's the three pedals, it's the throttles, it's everything you could ever need for a game like a starfighting game.
Yeah, it's also got windscreen wipers,
which is hilarious.
Yeah. Oh, I was playing Metro recently, and it's quite good. If you get shit on your mask, you double tap the left shoulder button and you wipe your face, and I was just like, oh, that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I love games that have got little quirky things like that in it.
Oh yeah, which is and if we're going off on the tangent of games we've been playing recently, as I said at the beginning of the stream, I've been getting into Alien Isolation because I'm a big fan of the first two Alien movies, and like everybody else, not so much the third one, but the first two were really, really well done horror movies.
Well,
And
the second one was not so much a horror movie in comparison to the first one.
yeah,
The first one was a definite horror movie.
the second one took the more actiony turn,
Mm.
and then there was just the third one.
At least the third one was. Have you seen the uncut version, the director's cut of the third
I have
one?
not. I've only seen the original version.
It makes a lot more sense, and it's over 2.5 hours long.
Oh, okay.
Do you know?
Yeah.
All right, just to completely like go off complete tangent here. Alien 3 went through so many problems with
Yeah, there
regards
was. Yeah, I know
okay.
the history behind it. There were so much stuff left on the cutting room floor, and having to shorten it and change things around. It went nuts.
Yeah, they lost directors, and they lost sort of producers and all sorts of things, basically. And they were lucky to actually finish that film in any way, shape, or form.
Oh yeah. Well then, go ahead.
I was going to bring it back to Gamergate, but finish your side conversation.
Well, here's the thing I'd forgotten about just how 80s stylized Alien was, like the first one. And they brought that into Alien Isolation, because all the computers in the game are that classic kind of Tandy style with the big Commodore-looking keyboard and the green screen and all that.
Mm.
Like, they brought the 80s, like, even like the phones, there's no wireless phones, it's all the old wired emergency phones in the wall that require a punch card to use, or a card to use.
That was that. That kind of technology is both. I love it in movies, but if it ever came back into reality, I'd lose my mind.
Absolutely.
It'd be just I couldn't stand it. Just the actual design aesthetic in a game is fantastic. It's kind of cool and kooky. But if I ever came back into real life, that sort of clunkiness, I would literally have a mental breakdown somehow. I think it'd be just due to sort of like some kind of tactile phobia of massive fucking keys or something.
Oh yeah. Just take your fucking, because it looks like a circuit board, and just punch it into the phone and then pick it up, and then that's actually the save mechanic, by the way. It's those emergency phones from the movie.
Yeah, I must admit, because I'm too much of a sissy to actually play the game, I've completely spoiled it. I've watched playthroughs. I tried watching the PewDiePie one, but that really pissed me off, because I don't know why I don't know why so many people like him. He's quite irritating.
He used to be funny when he was just screamy and stuff like that, but now it's just kind of, he's trying to play more serious games, and it's just like, no.
Yeah.
But then you watch Markiplier play it, and I'm actually just a little bit ahead of him.
I love Markiplier. He's actually really funny.
Okay, can I interject now?
Go ahead.
To get back to Gamergate. So I sent my coworker a bunch of videos about Gamergate, Tacos for Justice, Leo Pirates, 60 Minutes, Sargon of Akkad, like basically all the Gamergate videos. And the response he got from his brother was, I'm not going to even watch this garbage. Anyone using SJW as a pejorative, I know I didn't say that right, or associating with Gamergate and is enabling a lot of hate and awful humanity. You're not in line with these people, are you? And I said, you need to abort. And he's like, what does that mean? Just not talk to him? And I said, just drop it and move on. Tell him you have no opinion, was just curious, and leave it at that. And then you go and read, and I linked him the Niche Gamer article and all that. And he said, yeah, I've read those, and I read the What Culture one. And I said, form your own opinion. Don't let your brother sway you, but abort with him. Trust me, I've lost a lot of friends over this bullshit. Listen and believe is their mantra. Don't question. If you do, you are the problem. And he said, but he's my brother. And I said, yeah, well, that's why I said don't push it. Because you're going to get nowhere, brother or not, man. Fucking Scientology 101. Bullshit.
It's sad, man.
Somebody would lose a fucking brother over this shit?
It's sad that you can't have an opinion.
I mean, and to be honest, if I can find it, I'll bring it up. It's a post I found on Reddit about what SJW is like when it comes to relating to family. There we go.
I need to send him to John McIntosh's Twitter, because he said his response to me was, that sucks that he's involved with that. brainwashing my brother what might be enough to get me involved. And I said, call me crazy if you want, but it's Scientology 101. And it is. It's really sad that somebody could lose a fucking brother over this shit.
It's worse because it's socially acceptable to think like these people do. To shut down all sort of rational debate.
John, 2 hours ago. I've been berated by Gamergate for 3 days now, but strangely, the insults have been super mild compared to how they treat female critics. And I am so proud to him.
Okay. I found the post, and it's a pretty long one, but if you guys don't care, I can read this up to kill time till Sargon gets here.
Yes, please do read it.
It is a pretty long post, and I think it's from Poll, but once again, the points that are stressed on it are kind of valid. He's seen some pretty horrific shit, and I consider myself damn lucky he's chosen to share his stories with me. I won't talk about it too much, but he served in Northern Ireland during the Troubles. The IRA were brutal fuckers. Despite seeing some of the worst of humanity, he's still one of the best guys I know. A lot of his views are pretty close to the more sensible commenters on Poll, actually. I'll be honest. Before he came into my life, I was pretty strongly into the social justice crowd. Looking back, the whole thing operates a lot like a cult. It lures in vulnerable people, especially young people. The people who are going through puberty and trying to figure out their sexuality, people who might be dealing with disability or mental illness or whose family is breaking up. It sucks them in by spoon-feeding them the idea that they are special and worthy. It guilts them if they don't treat everybody else as special and worthy too. It starts forcing you to see everybody as being in a hierarchy. Then it gets you to alienate yourself from your friends. Your friends sometimes make racist, sexist jokes? Cut her out of your life. Got any conservative friends? Cut them out of your life. Got any friends who are white, straight men? Cut them out of your life. They're the oppressors. Constantly berate people if they slip up because everybody else must be held to the same standards that you are and no other ways of thinking are right. Then it tells you to start criticizing and trying to change your family. It tells you to call out any little thing they do wrong. It warps your perception until you are a victim and constantly on the defense. It breaks you off from everybody and makes you feel awful for things you cannot control. And then, if you disagree or start questioning, it cuts you off from the only support you have left. And then you're attacked and viciously berated. If you grovel enough, they'll let you be redeemed and come back. But you'll never be allowed to forget the one mistake you made. Eventually, I found anti-SJ blogs where people were actively critiquing the concepts and the SJ culture. Originally, I felt nothing but hatred for them, but then the words started to sink in. I started questioning whether this was really right. I saw how many people leading the crowd were hugely hypocritical. I realized I had been causing the problems in my life, not oppression. I'd apologized to my family for how I'd been acting, and I'm lucky that they were still supportive of me. I'd lost a lot of friends, including some people I was very close to. It's taken me a long time to rebuild these relationships. It was a very bad period of my life, and one that took a lot of effort to drag myself away from. The social justice Tumblr crowd is completely toxic, and I feel sorry for everyone who's sucked into it. It's nothing but hatred and guilt, and I have no respect for the people who perpetrate it.
Sad, right?
I've heard that before. Where was that from?
I've posted it before. This is a cap from Poll that someone took from 4chan's poll board, and it's on Reddit's 4chan subreddit if you search for it. And then the reply to that was another anon here. This is basically a cycle of abuse that's being reinforced collectively. Find someone vulnerable, jump on them, pull them in by giving them something they want or need. Use this as leverage to assert further control. Then once you've assumed total control or possibly even direct control, they will begin to withhold what they originally offered you until you obey. Often this behavior will escalate out of control, wherein minor offenses are met with outrageous punishments. I want you all to learn and recognize this pattern because there are plenty of people who will attempt to use it on you, possibly without thinking. This shit destroys lives, and if you've never seen it before, you probably don't think anything is wrong.
So basically, he described the cult.
Yeah, that was, and I know I've been doing this a lot tonight. That is Jonestown. Oh, that was Jonestown in a nutshell.
That's exactly what it is. Which is why I was talking about Boy Meets World and that cult, because what they do is they play on people's feelings, right? Don't you want to be a better person? Do you feel like you're failing humanity? You can be that change you want to be. It's a fucking cult, is what it is. It's a Tumblr cult. Tumblr fucking X, man.
I mean, I know social justice has been around, but I used to think it was a good thing. But now these days, it's just like, what the fuck, people? Seriously, slow your fucking roll. Not everybody is a fucking, not everybody is racist, and not everybody is sexist.
Well, no, but we all live in the patriarchy, man.
Yeah, I know.
And, we're oppressing people, man. We chose to be born cis white males, and because it's a choice.
It's a choice we can't change.
Exactly. We must now answer for. I mean, I keep going back to this, and I hope everybody in the chat read this. That Niche Gamer article that converted, not quite converted, but the sympathizer SJW made, which is this is absolutely 100% no different than Original Sin.
It's sadly hate from hell. You don't get nobody. At least my school system didn't teach me Orwell. I learned Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, but it's the same kind of stuff. You keep the population dumb with sex, and they'll do anything you want them to.
Yep. But this whole privilege thing is absolutely no different than Original Sin. If you think about it, that's really what it is.
Yeah. It's like, we're all guilty because of something we can't change, and...
Yep.
These people just make my fucking... Like you earlier tonight when we started off with the MSNBC, so it just makes my fucking head spin.
I don't even...
I don't even.
I just don't even. And I don't know if you need anything after that. I don't even. Entitlement, by the way, is another great buzzword. It's used in the same context where it can mean entitlement to an opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, totally.
I hate check your privilege. I absolutely hate that. The minute they disagree with you or they feel like they can't win, it becomes check your privilege, which is their way of 100% denouncing anything and everything you may have to say. It is their way of an I win button. It's check your privilege, boom, BTFO'd, you lose.
It is literally playing a game with a 3-year-old.
Yes. Oh, for a fun little fact, so I was talking to one of these social justice people today, and he went all check your privilege on me, and I said, that's funny, check your privilege. I spent, a couple years in a shelter because my parents couldn't afford to put fucking food on the table when I was young. My parents are poor, I've struggled with addiction, right? My whole fucking sob story that I like to repeat because, by the way, guys, you can support my Patreon at www.patreon.com. Go fuck yourself.
Hey, I have a Patreon.
I know. But you're not. I'm actually pushing something. And you will never guess what his response was to me.
What?
Guess his response. I want you to guess his response.
Doesn't count. You're white.
Nope. Appleman?
No clue.
Could have been worse.
Wow.
That was his fucking response to, oh yeah, I'm such a privileged and lucky person. His response was, it could have been worse. I got into a fucking game of oppression Olympics.
Yes, seriously, that's what they do. They now want to, when you actually demonstrate that you've been oppressed by something, and not even oppression, it's just you've had, life has been hard to you. Now they just want to find something to say, to put something under you to make you higher than them.
Yep. So, in fact, you can draw the parallel to the word fag. Calling someone a fag is bad, right? Especially when they are not a fag.
Except on 4chan.
Except, I mean, yes, it's bad. Society says it's bad. And
Or if you want a British cigarette.
That's true. Yeah, well, that was the thing. That was why I like what 4chan did to that word.
They took it back, but how
They-
can you take something back that's supposedly evil? That was the sort of question, wasn't it?
Yeah, like sup pole fags or sup anime fags or sup sup B fags or sup are there any I think the funniest way I ever heard it used was, are there any fag fags here tonight?
Well, so yeah, so he says, but calling somebody entitled is okay. But your circumstances are anyone's guess. How is engineering language used in one case but not in another? You are way too smart for me tonight. I had that apple pie, man, and that apple pie.
Just mind fuck you, dude.
Who is this guy? He's
I
talking.
like this guy, whoever he is. He's a smart girl.
They're talking sense.
They're making sense. Oh my god, I don't know what to do. Check your fucking privilege, hate from hell.
Yeah. Don't
where's
make me think at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Your logic has no place here. Yeah, I mean, I get why fag is a bad term. In society's case, I get it. I do. I really do. But, again, sometimes people can say stuff to just say stuff. Right? I mean, I got my first introduction onto the Encyclopedia Dramatica forums was a "You are a fag" badge. And I laughed so hard, and it made my day.
I think the biggest hypocrisy here is that, everyone refers me to that Avenue Q, which is like kind of like the Muppets on, steroids basically, where it just talks about, there was one of the songs in the performance was "Everybody's a Little Bit Racist," and the irony is that probably they are. Nobody goes through life living a perfectly virtuous, existence. People will slip up. People find some of the most disgusting things humorous because it's their reaction basically to such and such stress or whatever. Some people, and I don't think anybody's clean. I don't think anybody has the moral fucking high ground. I don't think there's such a thing as the moral fucking high ground. Yeah, there we go. There's another one. Retard. I use retarded all the time. But I heard somebody get lambasted, and JonTron got fucking lambasted because of it.
No, I'm sorry. It's not to that. There is a privilege test.
Oh yeah, I've taken that.
I did.
I've got an ugly face, so I was minus 128.
I qualified as full-on shitlord with a score
Where
of
is
165.
it? Where's your test? I'm going to take it again.
Yeah,
Check
link
today.
I want to take it too. By the way, I just heard, go ahead.
It's checkmyprivilege.com.
Checkmyprivilege.com. Okay. I just heard back from the guy I work with. He said, "LOL, I did what you said and just told him I'm interested in it, but I have no opinion." He said, "Good, because whoever you are, you're probably a racist and a misogynist."
Wow.
Jesus Christ.
It's the company line. It's toe the company line. They all sound the same.
LOL.
It's like Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Dude, it's the fucking brain slugs from Futurama. It's the goddamn fucking brain slugs.
Okay, I'm apparently straight. I'm European. Where am I?
I
How
hope
do you know what European... Oh, there we go. I'm taking...
When I finish mine up, it says your
privilege
your privilege level is shitlord with a score of 165. You may qualify for membership at the Patriarchy, and it directs to the website thepatriarchy.org.
Yep. I'm gonna put this.
Um,
I hope everybody here is taking this test. I really hope
I'm
not taking this test.
apparently... Am I cis? Yeah, that's...
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm normal.
What the fuck is intersex?
Neither male
Should
nor
I be
female.
having it? I shouldn't be having it. Okay, right, fine. Now, it's all done in dollars. Now, I earn Okay, homeless or institutionalized, and I'm about probably $30K a year. That'll do. I'm white. I might go for Latino and see what happens there. Nah. Okay, what's kinship? The fuck?
Whether you're other kin or reptile kin or whatever.
What the fuck is other kin? Seriously.
Dude, you don't want to know about the other kin.
You identify as another species internally, though you're human. You're in
Oh my.
like you're a reptile trapped in a human's body. Seriously, that is the closest
Privilege
definition.
level is shitlord with a score of 195.
So you're more of a shitlord than I am.
I told you, guys, I am the fucking leader of the shitlords. I will send all my piss babies to piss on your yellow journalism.
I could go for ugly face or overweight. Which one should I go for?
Both.
I did ugly face. You can do both. Yeah, fuck.
Yes.
I think I might be minus though because of this.
Yeah, you do. You do.
Wait a minute. Yeah, I'm still at a minus 125 privilege score for that ugly face.
Oh, does it?
I'll see what it's. Oh no, it won't give me a proper breakdown. I'm gonna have to take it again because I swear without. I'll say I've got a sexy face and see where that gives me. Okay, let's go for this. Oh, it's also because I take mental disorders as well. So
I guess technically, I mean, maybe I do have a mental disorder because I suffer from anxiety, general anxiety. But you know what? Like, welcome to fucking life.
Yeah, if you don't have anxiety, you're not in life.
You're not fucking alive.
I have depression, so where do I stick myself there?
Well, you can go on a quest.
Okay, that quest just leads me to more misery. And it leads me to Zoe Quinn's face at the end. And I'm sure that's what happens, isn't it? If you get the bad ending, the face just tells you you're a shitlord.
Was planning on asking literally Woo.
Yeah. It was fucking funny, man.
You were recently doxxed and threatened online. The act was reprehensible, and whoever is responsible for it needs to be charged and punished. Can you tell us briefly what happened? Have you experienced any other hostile activity, online activity? I noticed a tweet in which you suggested some financial data might be at risk.
I'll go with social autism. See what happens there. I'm straight.
First of all, let's put the conspiracy theories to bed. You obviously didn't send that stuff to yourself, did you? What's happening with the police and the FBI? Like, this stuff isn't that bad. He doesn't seem to be going off on her.
Okay, what's my privilege? Oh, wait. That's removing the ugly face has put me at a score of 75. So
you're not allowed in this chat. You are not Lord enough.
Alright, I'm going. Fucking MRAs.
That's the thing. That's the thing I noticed. Your European instantaneously lowers your privilege.
Yeah, what's up with that?
Does, yeah, man.
You're not American.
I don't know. Apparently you are the master race.
We are. I was going to
say America Uber Alice. Seriously.
And that's kind of the funny thing. It's they don't even hearken to the right place where the argument began. The argument began in the Enlightenment, which was a distinctly European movement in the beginning.
Yep.
Yeah, but Europe doesn't exist to America. We're old fags.
Yeah, I know.
You know, it's the time for the new, democracy and fucking, Abrams tanks and Bud Light.
I don't know. You exist to me.
Oh, wow. You acknowledge my existence.
Who the fuck's your princess? What's her name? She's really hot.
What? Who? What? Don't ask me about
princess. Didn't she just marry one of the princes? What the fuck's her name?
Kate Middleton.
Kate Middleton. I was gonna say Kate Upton. I was like, that's not right.
She's bland as fuck, though.
I would
boring.
I would shitlord the fuck out of her. I'm just saying.
America
What the shit?
What does what?
What does shitlording the fuck out of someone entail? Seriously.
So, whatever it means to be a shitlord is what I would do to Kate Middleton.
Okay.
I don't know what it means.
What, so perv on her from a bush or something.
I mean, no, honestly, and this is kind of a funny kind of side thing. America lost their minds when the royal wedding took place.
Oh God, yes they did.
You could not get away from it on the news and Royal Baby Watch.
Oh, we took the piss out of Royal Baby Watch. There was a correspondent literally outside the fucking. He was posted there by the BBC, and he was pissed off about it. He was like, "Yep, still no baby." Pretty much just like couldn't give a fuck. Just go. Some shit's going on behind me. I don't know what it is. I'll check back with me in an hour.
I wish
was just like,
join us and spruce this up a bit and go really Sargon on us.
well, I'll see. I don't want to push him though.
Yeah,
I don't want to push him. I just hope he hasn't fallen asleep at the keyboard.
Okay. No, he's still tweeting.
Is he still tweeting?
I think he's still tweeting. Yeah.
I'll just like you to go.
So finally, at Not Your Shield, the guy that's been running the Not Your Shield, not Nino, but you know the Not Your Shield project guy.
Yeah.
On Twitter? He finally posted a picture of himself.
Yep.
Who? What?
Black guy, big old black guy, Bubba. We're gonna call him Bubba. That's racist. I'm well aware.
Yeah, you're a racist shitlord.
I am well aware.
That's the old joke about what happens when you go to prison. You meet a big black guy named Bubba.
Yep. And that's why I'll never go to jail, because I would be a terrible bitch for Bubba.
Who?
Now makes me a sexist for using that phrase. I could go on all night, guys.
You're a terrible man. You will, you know, the SJW police will be round your door.
The thought police are already here, man.
Are they wearing black uniforms with a red armband and goose stepping?
That's exactly what... Man, you went all fucking Hitler on us.
Yeah.
You just fucking invoked Godwin's law. That's Godwin.
Absolutely. I mean, they're using their tactics. They had almost...
Jerry, I can imagine you in a silky smooth SS Hugo Boss uniform now with that voice now, just coercing the Americans.
All I have... Okay. I am 6'2", I am white as fuck, and I have blonde hair and blue eyes.
You are a fucking Aryan motherfucker.
Yes.
What is your last name? Jerry Von, fucking sauerkraut? What?
Nothing that inventive, sadly. It actually is Appleman. That is my legit last name.
Apple Van.
Oh God.
Von
Appleman.
Jerry Von Appleman.
Jerry
Von.
And Archduke Jerry Von Ferdinand.
And it's bad that fucking, because my college made me take a foreign language. Guess which one I took?
Fucking German, right?
Yes, I did. I took German.
You are. We found the fucking leader of Gamergate right here.
You're blonde, you're blue-eyed, and you're called Jerry.
This is fucking shitlord right here. This is the Aryan master.
He's got one of those runic SS rings, and he's just kissing it right now. Oh man!
The funny little anecdote to that, I actually got. That's not the first time I've had that comment. The other time was during an extra, when I was actually in the military. I actually got that comment from someone I was in a readiness exercise with, and she was a captain in my squadron.
And what was her
What did she say?
She says I look like a member of the Luftwaffe. Because I had the flight suit. I had because it was an exercise. I had the flak jacket and I had the helmet. And
that's really awesome. That is really awesome.
Oh God!
I'm less angry than I was before, but I'm still.
Are you in the Luftwaffles?
That's
where are
member of La Waffles.
We are literally hemorrhaging viewers at the moment because we are just talking shit, but it's quite amusing. Yeah.
Guys, sometimes you forget there's a chat there listening to you bullshit sometimes.
I mean, yeah, because it's fun to bullshit sometimes, because it makes things funny. I mean, hell, Achievement Hunter made a career doing that in videos.
Yep.
Hey, to be honest though, after the amount of shit that happened today, I kind of
Yeah.
needed something to kind of vent on. Even though it's fucking 3 o'clock in the morning and I have work tomorrow, and I'm still waiting for Sargon. Still waiting for Sargon. He's a massive cock tease. Seriously, come on, dude. Get
I
in
agree.
there.
Cock tease. Teasing my cock. Like my wife.
I thought the apple pie tease. No.
No, it's because I stuck my cock in the apple pie.
All
Yeah,
right. Well,
there was no cock tease with that. He just went straight in.
I went all. By the way, Hate from Hell set us straight. Shitlording must mean missionary.
Get out. As the old 4chan joke is, I like missionary sex. I like, consensual sex in the missionary position. Get the fuck out.
I think missionary is far too militaristic for them.
No. I think it's on the back missionary because they want somebody else. In the case of at least Jonathan, in at least the case of Jonathan, I can't remember his fucking name now.
Macintosh?
Yeah, in the case of Jonathan McIntosh, he wants to lay back and have someone else do all the work for him.
Yep, that's exactly it. I think though I do think Serb's got it right in that these men aren't the one doing the fucking. They're getting fucked by their fucking woman with a dildo, fucking screaming, "Fuck the patriarchy." That's exactly how it's happening.
no. Remember, Anita is actually a full body suit that Jonathan McIntosh puts on. And that's why she looks so awkward. It's because it's just a massive latex suit.
You know what's funny? At this point, at this stage in the game, I wouldn't completely dismiss that idea.
I mean, you don't see them together very often, do you?
No, you don't.
No.
No.
Yeah, you never see John McIntosh and Anita Sarkeesian in the same room. It's just
We're through the looking glass here, people.
absolutely.
Consensual missionary, sorry, between a man and a woman, he's this scum.
I may be cis scum, but I'm self-hating cis scum, just like every other person.
So anyway, while we're just talking about absolute shit, what are we? So once Gamergate inevitably ends, because apparently this week they're really gunning for us, and if we all decide to sort of fold, I take it we're sort of planning to do something with the Campfire beyond Gamergate.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever it turns out to be, we'll worry about it then. I don't see Gamergate folding. And I keep going back to this quote, but Jim was 100% right. Never underestimate the autism of gamers.
Mm. I do like that quote.
Logging into OTA or League of Legends once to understand how much people don't like to lose.
I just want to see if Sargon's video has gone actually up so I can get an idea of what the hell's going on.
Jerk it off. Who wouldn't be, right? Who doesn't jerk off?
If you don't, what the hell is wrong with you?
We hemorrhaged another user or another watcher. We get back down to our little core crowd that enjoys listening to us bullshit.
This week, yeah, his video's up this week in Stupid.
No, that was a day ago.
Oh yeah.
I think he's doing one at the moment to combat the what happened this evening.
Oh boy.
Mm.
Yeah, his hasn't gone up quite yet. It must be still, yeah. Because I know how spotty his internet is. It could just did tank him to do this and upload at the same time.
Well, at the moment, you guys have still got a lot of time. It's still about 10 o'clock, is it?
Yeah, we still got a couple.
I've got about 1 more hour I can give this anyway, probably, and then
Goes up right.
if it doesn't happen, we'll just apologise to whoever came along and we talk shit in front of them.
Talk
we
shit.
found out Jerry was a Nazi.
Don't fucking give away our secrets.
Code fucked a pie.
You goddamn right, fuck the pie.
And my privilege has been revoked because I'm ugly. So, and apparently people still can't understand. Yeah, I'm a basement dweller, but I came out for air once. That
More
picture,
from the language files, harassment. Whenever they say that, you can almost argue not harassment, scrutiny. Yes, we know.
Yeah.
We are 100% behind you on that.
Mm-hmm.
Who is
140 characters on fucking Twitter does not equal harassment. Ugh.
who is hate from hell?
Whoever he is, I will suck him off. Yeah, I said it.
He should.
I think your privilege just went. I think your privilege just went down.
No, his privilege went up, surely.
No. He admitted he'd suck a man's dick, therefore it goes down.
And it's probably a woman, so now I'm a shitlord again.
Oh, okay.
But that's a whatever.
Can you stop sexually objectifying our viewers? Our very few viewers that we have, seriously, come on.
I'm 100% sexually objectifying them.
Oh, it's gone up to 8 again. Someone tuned in going, Sargon? Oh, no, just 3 idiots.
Somebody just beat the horn at me.
And IA's stream just kicked in too, so...
Oh, well.
Whose stream?
Internet Aristocrat.
I thought he already had one.
His just started right now.
Wait, he did one last night. Why is he doing one again? That's weird.
I don't know. Maybe it's just because of all the shit that happened today once again.
Actually, Bayonetta 2 does look pretty damn hot this time around.
She has a link.
Oh, what is it?
Huh?
She has a Link, she has a Mario, and she has a Samus outfit.
Okay.
When did this drop? What time did this drop?
What drop?
Well, at 1:50 p.m. But this came from the Washington Post today at 1:50 p.m. MSNBC is sucking wind. As noted in a New York Times piece, it's suffering a bruising in the ratings around the clock.
So they're looking for sensation. Yeah, I saw that earlier today, that the New York Times piece, that MSNBC is rapidly losing viewers.
They need the clicks.
Yeah, so they're going to run any kind of clickbaity shit to get viewers they can.
Don't suck me off, bro. Why not? Come on. You need to now check your price. You offered a blowjob.
Wait, what?
I would never suck a guy off. I don't know if we've been over this, but my wife has offered to have a threesome with a woman if I would agree to have a threesome with a man, and I seriously considered it for about 30 seconds, and I decided that would not be a possibility for me.
Just put a wig on him.
I love how this was hilarious. I love how fucking 18th century some of these people. This is from Arthur Guys from Polygon, and it's this is a tweet by him. It was today's awkward moment around cosplay, straight staring at the ceiling while on an escalator behind a Mad Moxie who really went all out.
Get over it?
Yeah, it's Mad Moxie from Borderlands.
Yeah, I know.
And just
get over it. Apparently he is streaming now. I don't know why he's streaming.
It's probably just because of it's all the shit that dropped today. But I mean, it's Internet Aristocrat. I don't really question his logic.
I don't either.
And stuff like that.
Oh, we've dropped down to 6 anyway.
Yeah. So. Oh shit.
What?
We've lost 2.
Oh, that's okay. They're going to watch Internet Aristocrat.
Yeah.
The thing is, this is another thing I was just going to say, and this may sound like sour grapes, but what have they really got to add at the moment? Isn't it just one person in Internet Aristocrat? It's just him just talking to, you know.
And I find it enjoyable sometimes because he's funny.
Yeah. He is...
I did...
Go ahead.
I did find the videos in the beginning quite sort of interesting, but in the end they just evolved just to random bullshit type of things. And there's nothing that he hasn't said that isn't new.
I did appreciate his timeline of Gamergate.
Yeah,
that was very well done, and that was very.
To be honest, I did prefer the sensational videos though. They were more fun.
The Quinspiracy videos with the Jesse Ventura voice and introduction.
Yeah,
those were amazing.
That just proved that we had a sense of humor.
Yeah, and now we can't. That was one thing that we've lost since then. We've lost the Gamergate sense of humor.
Mitch had another article, but I was hoping it was his interview that he's been pumping, but it's not.
We need to get the leader of Gamergate in here to speak.
Who's the leader?
It's the I'm Spartacus situation once again. I will declare myself leader of Gamergate right now, just as the rest of us are.
I am the leader of Gamergate. It's true.
And I'm the leader of Gamergate as well.
I'm not, because I might get doxxed.
Yeah.
Not that anybody wants to see, like, my ass, which is all over social media if you're my friend.
This is what
Seriously.
I can say. If you want to dox me, though, I did post a picture of my son once, so maybe this won't work. But you are pretty much only going to find pictures of myself with my kids, and I fucking dare you guys to go down that path. I dare you.
You'll find out that my life is actually pretty boring.
Jerry, I imagine you wear a bow tie.
I have before. I readily admit that. I do wear suspenders.
Oh my god.
Sorry, Matt.
You are joking.
Matt Smith was my first doctor.
I was going to say Matt Smith.
Yeah, Matt Smith was my first doctor. He was the very first episode of Doctor Who I ever watched.
Wait,
and I went
wait.
back and watched David Tennant.
Wait. You started with the hipster Who.
Yes, I did. The first episode I ever saw was The Impossible Astronaut. But after that one, I went back on Netflix and watched all of the Eccleston and all of the Tennant series. And now I've started looking back at the Tom Baker and the older episodes.
Right. Sargon is going to make his entrance, so you might want to retweet it if we can still draw a critical mass.
A critical mass of 20, literally fives of people here.
Literally.
Right, okay. Let's send the link again.
Yeah, I'll... where's my previous tweet? There we go.
We're all doing it.
Yep. And signal boost.
I'm just going to...
Yay! Let's get on the tumblers.
God.
I bet we're
tweet yours rather than type my own.
I bet we're really gonna draw away IA's massive crowd.
That's okay, though. People will come listen to Sargon rant.
Yeah, his rants are pretty funny sometimes.
If you build Sargon, he will come. They will come. Someone will come. I'll come.
I mean, I'll come everywhere.
In a pie. Jerry, you're supposed to be moderate. Your voice is supposed to be like fucking, what do you call it? Who was that guy who also wore a bow tie? Yeah, Mr. Rogers, or is it, or something? I don't
There's
know.
Mr. Rogers and there's Larry King. Larry King wore the suspenders though, not the bow tie.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait, do not make fun of Mr. Fred Rogers. He was one of the most based motherfuckers out there.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with some of his quotes?
No, I love slinging the insult at people. You are not the person that Mr. Rogers said you could be. Or you're not the person that Mr. Rogers said you could be.
Ah, okay. Apparently he's joining the hangout. He is here.
Yep.
I'm in, yeah.
Oh, it's Sargon.
Oh, welcome, Sargon.
Hi, guys.
Welcome to our little shitlord circle jerk.
That's all right.
At least you missed the part where I had sex with a pie.
Yeah.
Oh,
Let's lead in with that, shall we?
Do you wanna scare away the man? Seriously.
I don't, but I actually want to hear his thoughts on what happened today.
well, I'm just rendering a video on it now, actually.
Are you?
I am.
So does that mean you have to wait?
I can't allow this kind of bullshit to go unchallenged, frankly.
I'm with you.
Absolutely.
And I hope you talk about literally Woo fucking standing up Milo.
I let Milo talk about it for himself.
Good.
Absolutely.
That's one of I was rather frothy at the mouth earlier today because that whole shit fucking pissed me the fuck off.
Well, I don't blame you.
Here she is she wants to bring what did she say to Adam Baldwin and Milo? We have a chance to change the scenery.
Yeah, almost everything she said in that was a lie.
Almost everything.
I
Did
can't,
she say truth?
I can't think of anything she said in it that wasn't a lie, to be honest. I just can't think of a damn thing that she said that wasn't a lie. Possibly that she was a woman. I mean, I think she probably is a woman, so that was probably true.
We saw her on MSNBC, right?
Sorry?
We did see her on MSNBC, so...
That's the one I've responded to, yeah.
So she is probably a woman.
More than likely.
And
But she's most certainly a fucking liar.
absolutely, and get ready for it tomorrow because there's going to be more hard shelling from the left media coming in again because Zoe Quinn's going to be on HuffPost Live.
Jerry,
Zoe
you need
Quinn
to...
on the Huffington Post. That's actually fodder for me. I can't wait.
Yeah, I threw the link in. I threw the link in the Hangout chat for you to see the official stuff. She actually did respond to it, and yeah, she says she's down.
Are you fucking... So you're not... You're serious. She's actually going on the HuffPost.
Yeah, the HuffPost Live show.
Well, I'm quite looking forward to hearing it.
I don't have words right now. I mean, and we already knew this, but I just don't have any more words for this bullshit. I'm losing them. Maybe that means they're winning. They're just making us stupid enough to buy it.
How can they be winning? Everything they say is bullshit.
Because my mind's been fucked so much, it's raw.
It's the desperate last gasps of
I think
a dying fish.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think you should...
Go ahead.
I
no,
just think that they know they're being caught out in all their bullshit lies, and they're about to start getting held to account, I imagine. Well,
I mean,
that's what I'm trying to do anyway.
We've got, we had the article drop earlier from the New York Times that says MSNBC is hemorrhaging viewers, so now it seems like they're actually putting out visual, if you will, visual clickbait or sensationalism just to get viewers to them.
Seems that way, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Because, I mean, they've been a long time known in the United States, as at least in the past few years, as the major left they're the Fox News of the left.
You know what, right? When I started doing some videos about the Young Turks, I was kind of ragging on Fox News too, because it's Fox News, right?
Right.
And then a bunch of people were like, Fox News really aren't that bad these days. You should actually watch some of their stuff. And I did watch some of their stuff, and they're really not that bad. I'm starting to think. I mean, you get Sean Hannity and Bill O'Reilly, but the normal sort of daytime journalism and the shows they do, they're just kind of normal middle of the road stuff.
Yeah, I mean
they're conservative, but they're not extreme right conservative.
Yeah, I mean, if you steer away from their pundits, everything's kind of it has a right slant to it, but it's mostly just a slant. It's not digging into the hardcore stuff.
It's not naked lies.
No, that's why I hate when people shit on Fox. Not because I'm a huge Fox fan, but their daytime stuff isn't bad. Like you said, it's fairly neutral. Yes, their pundits can be far right, Bill O'Reilly and at one point Glenn Beck, you know what I mean? But during the day, they're pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, those are like just the evening pundits to draw in viewers, but I wouldn't watch them personally, and I don't like Fox News. I don't like Rupert Murdoch, but they're in my opinion, they're better than the far left because the far left doesn't deal in honesty. It doesn't deal in any kind of facts or truth. The far left deal in raw lies, and I can't stand it. I'd rather deal with biased facts than a biased interpretation of the facts than just the naked lies of the left. I really would.
I mean, it's like the whole thing that we've been touting as a joke in the beginning. There are no reals, there are only feels. Well, the sad thing is that's actually true for their side, at least.
Well, the problem is, it's a problem for people who have a fucking head on their shoulders. But this narrative's been building in the U.S. For a very fucking long time about cis white male shitlords. It's just been building here, and that's what they're doing now. They're latching onto that feeling that we owe everybody everything and we're shitlords, and the media is just perpetuating it with their sensationalist bullshit.
I think the problem was that the right was soundly defeated in the 90s, and now they've been limping along, desperately trying to fend off further attacks on themselves. The right, ever since Jack Thompson, basically, it's in gaming anyway. And to be honest with you, in a larger cultural sense, the right's really, if it wasn't for the war on terror, they'd never have been back in the White House, If it wasn't for 9/11, they'd have had, well, no, that's not true. They're already in the White House, but it's 3 a.m, so give me a break. But they've been under attack. You can tell. Society is shifting away in general. The attitude seems to be very much more progressive because why not? And it's gone too far. It's gone far too far. In my opinion, anyway.
No, your opinion is, I think, shared by most people, once again, with a head on their shoulders. It's gone extremely far too far. And the rubber band's about to snap. And I hate to put more importance on Gamergate than maybe it deserves or doesn't deserve, but I really do think this is going to be the straw that breaks that camel's back. MSNBC, HuffPost, it's only a matter of time before ABC and CNN get in on this. And that straw is going to fucking snap again, as it did with Jack Thompson. And unfortunately, it only means in 10 more years we're going to be dealing with something else.
Guys,
I think that's a good thing.
Just to interrupt, the guy that Sargon was talking to, the guy that, right, okay, there was a guy that was talking to us earlier about more academic sort of stuff, and I've just sent him the link to join the chat, basically. And he wants to come on and just discuss some of his findings, basically, with regards to the academic stuff. I don't know if he's going to be on long. I'm just sent him the link.
Okay. I'm almost certain Sargon's sick of talking academics. Because I know in some ways I am, because I think everybody on this chat spent 2 months digging into academia bullshit.
I'm not sick of them personally. I just think that everyone should be well aware that Diagra and social sciences and academia are almost fully feminist now, and that they're pretty damn corrupt. I wouldn't trust them. I wouldn't allow them to interfere with anything I did.
Did you see that? I think it was a New York Times post that talks about the liberal bias in academia and how it's. Did you see that thing, Sargon?
Hello?
Yo.
I can't hear anything anyone's saying. Everyone's making noise.
We're getting some feedback on your mic, Benjamin. Just 1 second.
Oh, okay, give me a second.
I'm going to mute you for a second.
Hello?
Hey, we're getting feedback. I'm going to mute you for 1 second until you can fix that.
Okay, you try to do this again.
Yeah, there was an article posted yesterday in the New York Times about political research they were doing in universities and how they've shown throughout time how it's become far more left-leaning over time, and how it's basically destroying scientific research.
We're still getting the feedback.
Hey there, I'm gonna go grab some headphones, okay?
All right. Have you seen it, Sargon? You would probably.
Where you're gonna have to. There's a lot of garble coming through someone's equipment, and I can't hear any of it.
Yeah, we muted him. I posted the link in the Hangout chat. It's actually a very interesting read from the New York Times or the New York Post.
Oh yeah, I think I linked that earlier. Yeah, as we said, it was in the New York Post, but it's a start anyway. It's the start of the discussion.
Right.
Now, can someone just give me the appraised version, please?
A study was done that shows leftist political leanings have slowly taken over academia. That more and more researchers and more teachers, professors tend to fall on the leftist side of the political scale. And it's not earth-shattering because I think we all knew this, but it's just interesting to see it put down in a study.
I'd like to see the study. If someone could send it to me, I would appreciate it.
The actual study, and not just the post.
Okay. Benjamin's still muted. I don't know if he's sorted his headset problem out.
Yeah, we'll leave him muted until he can get that solved.
Yeah, Ben, just give us a cue in the Hangout chat.
So, as Sargon, is your video gun actually live at the moment, or is it?
I'm uploading it at the moment.
Okay.
I've only just finished, I'm afraid. Sorry, I'm quite
No.
tired and quite stressed. It was. I tell you, it was a really awesome reaction from everyone at Gamergate earlier. It was just like, it was really cool. You know, everyone just got right on it, and it was like, okay, this is brilliant. You know, this just shows. Honestly, it must have been, I don't know, about 70 women just in about, I don't know, 20, 30 minutes who just sent me loads and loads of Gamergate pictures just to prove that Gamergate isn't a sexism issue. It's not a. They call it a battle of the sexes or something, and it's like, no, it's not. There's nothing like that. That's a total mischaracterization of what's going on.
Mm. No, it was a real good boost at a very pivotal point, I think.
Cool. I'm glad that it helped.
Mm.
So it's going to actually take me a while to dig up these studies just because they link to a bunch of different papers and a bunch of different publications. But he does state he estimates the resulting ratio to liberals to be around 267 to 1, liberal to conservative ratio.
How much to 1?
267 to 1.
Jesus,
Wow.
really?
Fuck a doodle do.
I want to actually read these papers, but it's going to take me a while because now I got to find these journals that they're published in.
I bet they're behind paywalls.
Most fucking likely.
It's just surprising by how much actual information out there is just stuck behind fucking paywalls.
I had a couple tweets going out yesterday, or last night, I don't remember now, about how Diagro was looking to talk and make peace. Do you actually know if that's true, Sargon? Have you heard anything about that, or was this just people...
Tiger wanting to talk?
Yes, and make peace.
Who gives a fuck? Tiger's responsible for the end of gamers. They can fuck off. They don't want to be part of the gaming industry. They can like it. Seriously, fuck off, Diagra. I'm not interested. I personally will be doing no kind of dealing with them in any way, shape, or form when I've finished making my video game, and I'd recommend that no one else does either.
Oh,
They're toxic.
I 100% share your sentiment. I was just curious if they were actually thinking they could make progress by making peace.
Well, a lot of them are trying to make.
Sorry, go on.
No, a lot of people are supposedly trying to make peace, but they're coming at us like with the olive branch, but behind the fucking back a saber, because they just want us muted at the moment, and there's so many people that have tried to sort of like espouse peace, but they just end up shitting all over us.
They're liars. I don't believe anything they say. They've lied so many goddamn times. They've misrepresented everyone so many goddamn times for their own self-interest in a desperate attempt to control the narrative. I don't believe them, and I don't think anyone else should either, frankly. But I'm tired and cranky, so, you know.
No, fucking cranky is what I want. Cranky Sargon is what everybody wants, I think, because you are hilariously awesome when you're cranky. I don't trust any fucking academic at this point in the stage, at this stage in the game, which is maybe unfair. I don't trust any cultural study academic, whatever the fuck I'm trying to say, as far as I can throw them.
I don't blame you, to be honest. The thing is, they're all so anti-Gamergate that I can't believe that any of them are gamers. I mean, they seem not to be in every way. I mean, a lot of Diagra aren't. I mean, they are feminists. They all come out and say they're feminists, but they're not necessarily ideologues. A lot of them are just sort of avant-garde twats who want to make Doom without guns. And I've got even less sympathy for those people, to be honest. You know, why? Why do you want to do these things? But the thing is that ultimately they're just not gamers. They're not interested. They're not gamers.
I think the only thing I've ever seen that even remotely ties them to like gaming is the fact that somebody had passed me an email a while back that showed that they had a LARP planned for people within Diagra.
Of course they do. Of course they do. Nothing more needs to be said there. And the thing is, I'm not even shooting LARPing. It's probably great fun, but I'm just not doing it because I'm playing video games. God damn it.
I don't think anybody's surprised by that notion that they would LARP over play video games.
I'm still waiting to see the argument that somehow Alien Isolation is sexist, because I know Polygon is going to throw that out there.
Oh, come on! The Alien is a rape machine, basically.
Literally, he's made out of sex toys.
Yeah, it's literally just made out of dildos. I mean, look at H.R. Geiger. His entire art was, penis.
That is why I like H.R. Geiger's art.
Yeah, it should be basically woman runs from giant penis through space.
I think I've seen that video somewhere.
Was it Ron Jeremy, potentially?
No, there actually is a parody of like Star Trek and Star Wars, and it's an actual porno called Space Nuts.
Wow. Jerry, why were you watching this?
I was 18 and HBO had a Thursday night series running.
You weren't supposed to be that open. You were supposed to say, I stumbled across it. It was in my dad's DVD collection, or VHS back then.
Fucking Betamax. Betamax is where that, man.
We weren't ever that technologically devolved. Yeah, yeah. I'll go with that. The alien is a giant penis. Please get rid of. Okay. I didn't realise there was one in the chat, but H.R. Geiger should be banned from existence because there's something looks like a dick. What? Okay.
I mean, that's just as bad as what they kind of lambasted Tropico 5 for being a human rights violation simulator.
It needed some kind of neutrality mod or something. You get a UN inspector like every 5 months.
You can do that though. That's the funny part.
What? Really? I've never played.
You can be the communistic dictator, or you can be a democratic leader.
Yeah, but do you have the UN coming to check your weapons-grade plutonium, or?
I think that's actually in one of the campaign missions.
Okay.
I don't need. I never
Okay, so I have Bluetooth headphones, but Linux broke my Bluetooth stack, so I either have to reboot into Windows, or you guys can deal with the feedback from the speakers and the microphone.
We got you fine right now.
Yeah, you sound fine.
All right. So
Do you want to
hi
introduce
everyone.
yourself?
I'm Ben. I'm not sure if any of you guys saw what I was talking about in the stream, the Kotaku stream. But I think I sent Sargon a whole bunch of stuff, and I'm assuming he got it. Is that right?
I probably did, mate. To be honest with you, I've not been on top of things that people have been sending me, because shit's happening too fast. I really haven't had the luxury of going through it all. It pisses me off because everyone always sends me stuff in good faith, and I'm like, oh, thanks, man, I appreciate that. And it's waiting, everything's waiting because shit just keeps happening.
Ew. Dish issue?
That's,
Platinum, how hours through your...
I think so.
Code.
It may have been me. I apologize. Play act on New York Post.
Fuck it, we'll do it live.
All right. So, anyways, now that I rudely interrupted everybody, go ahead. Continue.
Okay, so what I have been doing is for the past couple of weeks researching this whole situation, because a lot of it has been happening to me, and I didn't really understand why until Gamergate came out. And the more I dug, the more I found, the more I was disgusted, and I couldn't stop digging. And really, I hope that what we can take away from this is maybe like some sort of WikiLeaks for gamers or something, so that there is some method that when I want to give something to the community, that either I don't get downvoted as a shill, or I don't get ignored, or some method that we can either help collaborate on the stuff that we do find, or allow a anonymized method of people being able to leak stuff, because I am certain that there are people who would worry about their job if some of the things that they've seen were to come to light, and them being painted as the leaker.
Okay, could you like give any sort of like just mild specifics right now? You know, just
I mean,
I'll be back in
I
a
could
second.
just jump in. Like, for instance, I got my house broken into yesterday, and I got my house broken into last month by members of Occupy. So there's stuff like this, for instance, that, this is what broke my back. As soon as I started getting, my house broken into, it started to be an issue. And let me see. And just in case anyone ever calls me out on some bullshit, it's Portland Police Bureau report number 1484066. Okay, let's just get that out of the way right away.
You're providing facts.
Yeah, providing facts. So the most important thing that I've found is that there's this thing called the DERP Institute. So I don't know how much time do you guys want me to go over it? Go over the Pastebins? I have 2 of them I put forth. Do you want to go over them, or is there some way that we can link them in chat or something?
If you post them, I can link them.
Okay.
In the Hangout chat, I'll put them on the YouTube video.
Yeah, so let's see here.
There is something called DERP. Herpy derp. That's fucking.
Yeah, go to http://derp.institute while I pull up my resources here. And it was actually created by a Reddit employee, I think, called Max Goodwill or Goodwin. And some people on the internet seem to think that he's also a mod of SRS, but that's not substantiated. But what is substantiated is that I have placed both the founder of Reddit, Anita Sarkeesian, and members of the DERP Institute in the same room at the same time in Sweden at a conference, at this thing called the Digital Humanities Conference or something. I need to pull up my Pastebin. Give me a second. Let me see. So how do I share my...
They literally called this DERP.
They literally called it DERP.
Yeah, literally.
Literally DERP, guys.
Jesus.
What the fuck? Are you sure this isn't just like a mock thing, or?
As far as I can tell, it's real. It's been reported on by The Guardian, by like real journalism organizations. It's just not really put out there for everyone. It's not like it wasn't promoted. It's not like on the Reddit blog or anything like you would suspect if you were trying to let people know that you were in fact studying them. So let's start. Let's see if I can get this screen share going here. How does this work? There we go.
Imager.
So there we are, and I have 2 Pastebins I want to send you all. There's Pastebin 1, and here is Pastebin number 2. And let's just start with the DERP stuff first. But let's see. When we go, is this on the video? Like, can people see this?
We can see it in the Hangout chat, and they can see it if I click you. They should be able to see it now.
No, someone's just put DERP. Are you sure they're not just fucking with us? And it looks like a proper website.
Yeah, I mean, and it links to all these academics' pages. So we see here that DERP is an alliance between Imager, Reddit, FARC, Stack Exchange, and Twitch. And I'll read it off as follows. Maybe I'll zoom it in a little bit so people can see. So launched in 2014, the Digital Ecologies Research Partnership is a joint initiative by an alliance of community websites to promote open, publicly accessible, and ethical academic inquiry into the vibrant social dynamics of the web. DERP seeks to solve 2 problems in the academic research space. First, it is difficult for academic researchers to easily obtain data for their work beyond the confines of the largest social media platforms. DERP is a single point of contact for researchers to get in touch with relevant team members across a range of different community sites. We envision that this will lower the friction into investigating these sites in more depth and broaden the scope of research happening within the academic community. Second, it remains difficult for good conduct good cross-platform analyses in academic research. By bringing a number of communities of sites together under a single cooperative effort, we intend to lower the friction of doing so, as well as better enable the sites themselves to coordinate with one another on supporting researchers. DERP focuses on providing public data to academic researchers while facilitating the active online research community. Fellows, DERP will only support research that respects user privacy, responsible user data, and meets IRB approval. All research supported by DERP will be released openly and made publicly available. So there is, they, on the face of it, sound like they're pretty legit, like they aren't trying to mess around with people and that things are on a level. Now, before I go much into like what these people have to say in particular, I think what the smoking gun is this woman right here, Whitney Phillips, and I'll show you the reason why. Now let's go down to, there we go. So let's check out Anita Sarkeesian's website. So we have Anita Sarkeesian's website. And what do we see here, except for Anita Sarkeesian next to one of the members of the DERP Institute, talking about harassment of women, co-written by Anita Sarkeesian, Katie Miltner, and Lori Penny at this thing called the conference. I forgot, there's an actual term for it. I'll find it for you.
Wait, did you say Lori Penny?
Yeah, Lori Penny, that's right.
And Anita Sarkeesian.
Anita Sarkeesian and Katie Miltner.
Can you guys
Alright, my mind is full of
I was gonna
fuck
say,
now.
stop fucking my mind, please, right now.
So now let's look at some other stuff at the conference, because I think that conference is pretty important to point out. This conference, there's a nice little webpage for it here. It's called Media Evolution, the Conference 2013. Now we go down, and it kind of auto-generated a cloud of some pictures for us of this conference. And if I do it right, you'll see that on the first page we see Alex Ohanahan, the co-founder of Reddit, and right next to him a picture of none other than Anita Sarkeesian. These two people were at the same place at the same time talking about the same thing, which is, in essence, Media Evolution Conference. Now, we all maybe know that Reddit has been getting some venture capital, and we know that what happens when you get venture capital is that investors want certain metrics, certain outcomes in order for that venture capital to exist. And I'm not sure if you guys have heard about they're making an AMA app. You know, I think a lot of people would say Reddit would be a great place if only it were a safe space. Now, with that in mind, let's continue into our research. Now, let's look at what Whitney Phillips and Katie Miltner think about Reddit, because they, of course, love Reddit. They are in Reddit. We have an article here called, let's see if I can zoom this in. Too far. The article is William Shatner, Reddit, and the Complications of Free Speech. Now, this is a very long article. I'm going to save you guys the effort.
No, you're going to read it in William Shatner's voice.
Oh, if I only could, I'd be rich and I would not be talking to you guys right now.
Come on.
I would be up on the top of the Hollywood Hills.
Can you do it in Sean Connery's at least?
No, I can only do a deep, boomy, cis-white male voice. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the closest thing I could get is a Shatner impression of when he was in that episode of The Twilight Zone.
See here.
That's a brilliant picture of him, by the way.
When he says, in other words, the argument that selective censorship can only lead us down a path to fascism often does little more than to lull everyone into complacency or complicity, and therefore functions as preemptive self-censorship. So what she has said in this sentence, which I find really kind of ironic, is that opposing censorship is censorship. Kind of crazy. Basically, this whole article talks about how Reddit needs to get rid of its trolls, and some censorship wouldn't be such a bad idea. Now, you guys can look at this on the Pastebin. I don't want to take up a whole lot of time. I just want to show you the kind of people that we're dealing with. Now, who else was on that board of directors? Well, we have Erhard Greif, and he's got an interesting article about challenges for personal behavior change research on information diversity. And what he's basically talking about in this article is about how when people have certain perceptions or point of views, how we can recognize their social media behavior and use recommendation systems to basically demonstrate positive results in the metrics that we define. You know, how to basically get people to see your point of view. We have Nathan Mathias. He's a member of this institution as well. And of course, you know, he likes Anita Sarkeesian. And let's see, what else does he have to say about this topic of censorship on the internet? I think he's one of them, right? He has network tactics of gender representation in the media. And you see here that he works for the MIT Media Lab Center for Civic Media. And I don't know whether or not this has anything to do with the Game Jam. Someone suggested that. I haven't yet made that connection. But we see that also he's on another piece of literature along with one of his cohorts in an article called A Brief Guide to User-Generated Censorship. And so what he talks about is basically the behavior of how people flag and how they moderate and get rid of stuff they don't want to see. And he, you know, he talks about this in some great detail. And let's see. I guess I have some information from Emily Best. Emily Best seems to be running a company that is like Patreon or Kickstarter, but is towards social justice people. And it reminds me a lot of the recent South Park Go Fund Yourself, because this sort of seems like I don't want to get on her because she's not a part of this organization, but she's friends with these two people, and she has, you know, she talks about, you know, them having conversations with each other. I guess, yeah, this is one of her, you know, she talks about the framework of access and control of Panopticon, Hive Mind, Techno-Utopia. You know, this is the kind of stuff that they're talking about. Let's see.
Can I interrupt real quick? Somebody said this in chat, a couple people. We need to archive all this shit. And it's going to suck, trust me. But you're going to need to archive all of it.
Well, I've done a good number of archive todays, so I think it's all archived. I'm really meticulous in this kind of thing. I've noticed for some reason when I started seeing this, and I'll show you what I'm talking about later, but there's been unusual behavior on Twitter, and their servers have been getting really slow. And I thought to myself that this was maybe a sign that Twitter is being downloaded en masse. And I have started downloading Twitter en masse, and I've actually downloaded databases of all the connections of all these different people in these organizations, as well as kept an archive of all posts in Gamergate. And I have a server with logs of this stuff in case it ever disappears. You know, Emily is friends with Exao Media, and another member of this collective. You'll see her, she's right here. They're all buddy-buddy. And they all talk about basically using social justice in social media, and now they have server access to these social media sites. I know that we've been hearing about shadow bans and weird behavior on Reddit, people getting fired, and I don't know. This seems very interesting and dubious. So now, let's see. We have Alicia Dare, and she's another member of this group. And let's just look at her Twitter for a second, and we'll see what she says on Twitter. Well, she says, "Wow, really great piece on online harassment that women in games and tech face daily. Worth reading. Polygon." And below it, she has something from Model View Culture talking about on surveillance in academia. So when we get to this article about surveillance in academia, this is like the who's who of San Franciscan feminists. They have a little website that they use, and this is called Social Media and Academic Surveillance: The Ethics of Digital Bodies. Now, they have a whole issue that is dedicated to surveillance. You'll see here that on their article about surveillance, they have Big Brother is an asshole, how Silicon Valley learned to love surveillance, social networking as peer surveillance. They have grooming students for a lifetime of surveillance, social media, academia, how we feeling some kind of way about surveillance. It's all about surveillance, right?
We lost Sargod. That sucks.
Oh.
I mean, he'll come back. Keep going, though. This is gonna. I mean, YouTube will automatically put this out, upload it.
So we have here, this is, their membership. They have a lot of people that show up in the news for controversy. They're all part of this group.
Did I see Maddie Bryce?
You probably did. Like every abhorrent person that you never want to see in real life is in this group.
Maddie fucking Bryce. I did see Maddie fucking Bryce.
Let's see, who else is in here? Ash Dryden, she's in this group, I know. There was some other person who I really had a distaste for.
Oh, it's that fucking Kane as well.
Wait, what?
She's in there.
What?
Three
Dorothy
posts
Kim,
in.
she's one of the Derp Initiative people.
No. Scroll up. There was that one there, Shanley Kane. That woman is fucking hate-filled.
Isn't Christine Johnson also in some controversy as well? Like a lot of these people are part of like these controversies that show up. Oh, Sui Park. There's Sui Park.
Sui fucking Park.
And
Oh
Richard.
my god! It's like a fucking who's who of dicks.
And then I don't know who Arwen Shaw is. Is that the same as Adrian Shaw? Arwen Shaw?
No, it's not Adrian Shaw.
Did she change her name? Is that the same person? I don't know.
No, it's not the same person. No.
But as you see, it's like a who's who. It's like the Hollywood red carpet.
It's literally a who's who of assholes.
Let's see about what they have to say about surveillance, because we're on the topic of internet surveillance. And, like I said, Twitter's servers have been really slow for like a week now. And this is a whole big thing. They talk about how much money there is and programming for collective intelligence. But I think that this is important to see.
Oh, that's who Sui Park was. She was the one who argued with Christine Summers.
Oh, no, she was also someone who was arguing with Stephen Colbert, or about Stephen Colbert on CNN.
Oh, yeah. God, fucking just...
These people are a bunch of snakes.
Let me go back here. So though certain academic... Let me find this in here.
Just laugh. That's the only response you can have is to laugh at this point.
This is our world going to shit,
Sorry, this is
guys.
the wrong article. I meant to pull up this one, the social media one. That's why I couldn't find it. Okay. So, okay, here we go.
Wow, that's funny because I had Silicon Valley doing a Sherlock on my...
particularly digital research, ethical methodologies that consider how projects must be created, credited. Must be credited, edited, and used in required practice of all academics. On Friday, October 3rd, at University of Michigan, there was an entire conference devoted to data, social justice, and digital humanities. In it, Moya Bailey delivered a talk about doing digital humanities justly, feminist ethics, and social media research, in which she pushes back on the ideas of IRB paternalism and calls for research as a social justice act. She also directs attention to the Data Center Research for Justice that has worked with communities for decades. There are academic methodologies being theorized and practiced, so that the question is, why has it not become an academic standard across the board? So in this, she's saying that the institutional review boards are being too strict on their work, and they should relax what they're doing and allow them to use social media for social justice purposes.
Benjamin, can you just tell us whereabouts the one with all the diagram of idiots was, that website again? Just want to make a note of that website.
Oh, it's called modelviewculture.com.
Is it in the paste bin?
It's in the Pastebin. It's called modelviewculture.com.
Thanks, man.
So let's continue. Now, we heard about this thing called the data center, and let's find out some information about the data center. We have here the data center for research for social justice. Let's go to what is research justice? Research justice, a strategic framework to transform structural inequities in research to centralize community power.
Communism.
The data center believes that research justice is achieved when marginalized communities are recognized as experts, reclaim, own, and wield all forms of knowledge and information. With strategic support, the knowledge and information generated by these communities can be used as political leverage to advance their own agendas for change. In order for this to become reality, the community must have control over information and knowledge that impacts them, capacity and resources to produce their own information and knowledge, capacity and resources to use and wield all forms of knowledge to effectively advance their agenda, equal access to information outside of the community despite increasing commodification, privatization, and hyperabundance in information, and the capacity and resources to determine validity, credibility of information and knowledge, and methods to create them on equal footing with all other institutions of society.
This is a really bad time to need a shit.
This is the sort of thing that'll make you need to shit.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
So now, if we look at their partners, as we this goes full circle, and we're looking at their partners, and they have lots of very SJW type partners. But then we see their community partners. You go back, and now we'll see again the MIT Center for Civic Media. So we've come full circle back to the MIT Center for Civic Media, back to members of the DERP Institute. Now there's a model that they're pushing, and I'll show you this model and how this works exactly. I have to go back to one of my posts and find it real quick. But they actually have training seminars teaching people how to do this. And the idea is they want to horizontally integrate the model between academia, journalism, and social activism. Okay, why is Kotaku in action not loading? Right? On the internet, you guys?
Let me give it a check and see if it'll load for me.
Okay, I don't know why I can't get to Reddit.
They're here.
They were already here.
Yeah, Kotaku in action came up fine for me.
Yeah, it's just on my end. You can blame Comcast.
So I'm in that boat too. I'm on Time Warner.
Okay, let's see. That's not the right one. Okay. So I have a couple other things here.
If you need me to, I can throw up the Kotaku in action as a screencast as well.
Well, I'll give you this this particular part. I guess I basically my first post was all together like basically the most important stuff. Then I had some additional stuff on the side, but that's where you'll find it.
Okay.
So let's see this presentation here. This is called "Being a Scholar Now: Digital Public Scholarship in a Legacy-Bound Academy." This is at the same exact University of Michigan location where they were talking about there being too strict. Wait a second. Am I still on? Why does it? What do you guys see when you see my screen? Is it Reddit or is it this slideshow?
We see Google.
I see front page of Reddit.
Yeah, so do I.
Okay, I guess I have to close it and try it again. Okay. So did you guys see those articles that I was posting?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
We did up until Reddit.
Okay. So here we are, Being a Scholar Now, Digital Public Scholarship in a Legacy-Bound Academy. And, we have, changing activism, and they're talking about, I didn't actually hear the speech, but you can tell from the slides what they're talking about. They're talking about how their lunch is getting eaten by bloggers, and their money's going down, and it shows some very impressive stats on the total unique visitors you can get from this sort of research. And from tweet to blog post to peer-reviewed article, how to be a scholar now. And there's this organization here called Just Publics at 365, and they run training programs on how to become a scholarship plus journalism plus activism. And this is the secret sauce.
Is this our fucking worst fears like coming true in front of our eyes?
And so here we are, the Media Camp workshop for academics and activists. And they return to scholarship plus journalism plus activism. And here we see the case for reparations. Brilliant. And they're talking about how they want to, how the old type is dead. They don't want this anymore. And where do we, we don't want this. We want change ahead. The expansion of digital technologies. Why does digital matter? Publishing is changing.
This all reeks of the XOXO
Academic
fest
publishing
kind of
is broken, and we've seen multiple people talk about how peer review is terrible and evil and wrong. Locked in ivory towers, why JSTOR imprisons academic research. Because peer review is expensive. It's not free, obviously. How hiding your research beyond a paywall is immoral. I mean, I'm a scientist. It's a lot of work, I can't afford to do it for free. But to these guys, capitalism is bad. So keep that in mind. Anyway, so this is, this is the kind of stuff they have at the conference, where basically social justice and digital humanities. And we have here the Digital Humanities Manifesto. And in the Digital Humanities Manifesto, they don't talk about the third wave, but they talk about a first wave, and they talk about the second wave. They say, the first wave of digital revolution looked backwards as it moved forward. It replicated a world where print was primary, visual, and secondary, while vastly accelerating the search and retrieval. Now must look forwards into the immediate future, in which medium-specific features of the digital become its core. And they talk about the second wave is qualitative, interpretive, experiential, and even emotive. It immerses the digital toolkit within in what represents the very core and strengths of the humanities, which is complexity. And now they go on to talk about what they believe is going to be the third wave of digital humanities. And I don't want to take this as representative of their work, because obviously this is just one commenter on this topic itself. But I found this to be really kind of funny. Schnapp says, add the Department of Erasure Studies. The purpose of the department is to develop models and criteria both for the cancellation of records and archives and for the selective and strategic and smart conservation and archiving.
Jesus.
Fuck my mind. No, don't fuck my mind.
Again, there's a Department of Erasure Studies.
So this is Just Public 365. Here they have engaging academics and reimagining scholarly and communication for the public good.
Hang on. Can we just go back to that last thing? Sorry, I kind of missed it.
Oh, the Digital Humanities Manifesto?
What was the department you just mentioned?
Oh, they were talking about how they want to make new departments. And so they had some ideas for new departments. And this is crowdsourced, like kind of a wiki. And Schnapp says he wants to add the Department of Erasure Studies.
That's literally like something out of 1984. That was Winston Smith's fucking job, to go back and change history.
Listening.
All right, sorry.
So,
sorry.
I'm not sure. Have you guys? So this is Just Public 365. They're showing academics how they can communicate for the public good. It looks like through a book, through I guess YouTube or the television, and through shouting apparently. And this is a big, long, this is basically step by step, every single piece of the puzzle, including evaluations, how you do evaluations of the work that you're doing. This is detailed stuff, right? This is not something that someone put on their Tumblr. Let's see. And then, have you guys? I'm sure you guys have heard of the Fembot Collective.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
this group is called Humanities, Arts, Science and Technology Alliance and Collaboratory, and this is basically where a lot of the members of the Fembot Collective hang out. In fact, this particular group is called the Fembot Collective.
Wait, so that links Mia Kinsella because that's out of the University of Oregon, isn't it?
Yes, and I actually live in Oregon, believe it or not.
And
Holy
Adrian
shit.
Shore as well.
Yeah, and
Fucking-
to tell you, to be honest, there's actually in Oregon something called the Equal Rights Amendment that is now on the ballot initiative. It's going to people are going to start voting to either approve it or not approve it. And the people who are fighting the Equal Rights Amendment include feminists in the Democratic Party and the American Civil Liberties Union. They both oppose the Equal Rights Amendment.
Well,
And
there goes
they were
Rogue.
repudiated by by 4 Oregon Supreme Court justices who told them that they were wrong.
What does it do? What's the point of it?
The Oregon Equal Rights Amendment is a strict non-discrimination on the basis of gender. For instance, there have been some feminist groups that have basically, like for instance, there's a feminist hackerspace in Oregon. I complained about it to the Oregon Secretary of State, and it got brushed aside. There's other things like, for instance, 30% of the people who report domestic violence are men, and only 5% of the dollars go to them. And also, a lot of the money that the government is giving, or say how these people operate, is that they need money. They need Kickstarter or whatever, but they're actually getting tax money. You know, the University of Oregon is funding the Fembot Collective.
What the fuck is going on in Oregon?
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that's the case, actually. It's a
It's
bunch of
literally gotten so bad.
academics from the University of Oregon being funded by it. I'm not that surprised by that at all.
Let me tell you guys something honestly, okay? I am just a really hardworking guy. I try to build technology for disabled people. My wife had albinism and a terrible childhood, and she was trying to kill herself. I forced her to go to therapy, and because the lines were too long, the only place that she could go was a place at Lewis and Clark. And Lewis and Clark College is ran by academic feminists who believe in using social justice in their clinical work, and they talk about white stream pedagogy, about white and male privilege. They talk, and they convinced my wife that when we started talking in OkCupid for 3 months or so, you know, she was the one who instigated everything. I went to Ohio to visit her. She believed that I raped her when I visited Ohio, and believed that she has Stockholm syndrome, and she is now living with one of the therapists.
Jesus fucking yo, God.
You guys want to see one of the papers that I'll show you a title of just one of these very many interesting research papers that these people produce.
This can't be
We
real.
have the Journal of Feminist Family Therapy, Class and Classism in Family Therapy Praxis, a Feminist Neo-Marxist Approach.
Oh, I want a copy of that, mate.
Absolutely.
I want a copy of that. Can someone send that to me,
Arlon,
please?
you have an entire zip file of all of their
I
publications.
haven't had time to go through it, but I will do soon. Trust me.
Are
This is
all
some crazy shit.
What's the question?
Are all these links in the paste bin?
Not all of them. Like, some of this stuff is not in the paste bin because I don't want them to grasp on the idea of people harassing other people, and I'm trying to keep in the paste bin just the stuff that is public and is about the public good. And I don't want people really, you know, my life, even though I've ran for political office and stuff, you know, I don't want people harassing my wife or myself. I just got my house broken into, for instance, right? And the only time I tried submitting this stuff to, you know, Nero, to, you know, all sorts of people. The only people who actually ever listened to me were Davis O'Reilly and Jordan Owen. And these are the only people who actually talked to me and said, wow, this is amazing stuff. You should make sure this gets out. But I couldn't actually get this out. And when I got robbed a second time, I just cannot deal with this shit anymore. Someone has to look into this, and I guess it's going to have to be me. But I would really appreciate if people would use some discretion. and this is the reason why. Let me help you guys understand the way that I guess I could go into like the philosophical and psychological structures of this sort of thinking. But if and it applies to us as well. It's not just about their side. So there's this interesting thing called the Karpman's drama triangle. I'm not sure if you guys have ever seen this, but this is important because it applies to us as well. You know, when you're in a situation like this, you have a person you think is a victim, you have someone who's a rescuer, and you have a persecutor, right? And how a lot of the psychology works is that they make you think that you're a victim, and so that you need a rescuer, and then you excuse the actions of the rescuer against the persecutor because you think that the persecutor has victimized you, right? This is, you know, everything from McCarthyism to postmodernism and stuff like this. I have more stuff. I'm going to be trying to do some more research. There's some others. I have recordings. I have lots of evidence I'd like to bring out at a later point. I want to have maybe a Halloween Gamergate special where I lay everything out, including like my recordings and everything on the table, to show you guys how deep the rabbit hole goes and really talk about political discourse in this country, because literally it is not just Gamergate. It is larger than Gamergate. It is pervasive on all stratas of society, and it's really part of a larger socio-political struggle.
Yeah, I think everyone's aware that it's got much larger implications than Gamergate.
Yeah, how come you didn't come out with this sooner? I mean, I'm not criticizing or anything.
I got called a shill, I got called a doxer, I got called names, by people on 8chan, and I don't know. I think I tried, I would try to blare my voice on Internet Aristocrats' Twitter handles, on their live chats, and not only is there just too much noise, but also, I'm kind of disappointed a little bit. I really appreciate Sargon, Thunderfoot, but some of this I'm really disappointed with King of Pull. I'm really disappointed with Internet Aristocrat because I really don't care about how big someone's dick is, about cock blocking, about I'm kind of disgusted to see King of Pull give out internet psychology that I don't think is a very good idea. And the whole internet celebrity, it gets really easy to get caught up in these cliques and support people like this. And I think it needs to turn. I think the movement needs to turn into more of a WikiLeaks type organization where we provide the environment where we can discuss this in a civil manner using research and not a sort of knee-jerk asshat relationship with our members. And that's just how I feel about this, having seen this for the past couple of weeks, because a lot of their ammunition comes from this sort of herd behavior. And this is natural herd behavior, don't get me wrong. I even fall prey to it myself. I jump to conclusions. Sometimes I'm a little bit arrogant and standoffish. But I'm hoping that we can open this sort of dialogue soon.
I have a question. Who is Max Goodman?
What's the question?
Who is Max Goodman?
Oh, he's a Reddit employee. Some people on SRS Sucks think that he actually is a moderator on SRS. But if you go check the Who Is data on the domain, it's his domain.
I was just gonna say he owns the domain.
Yeah.
Interesting. So I mean, at least it's a legit domain, and it was founded before Gamergate, so it's not like it's some ARG somebody's playing. I mean, maybe it is, right?
Yeah. So I mean, this stuff, those two Pastebins are a great place to look. I have stuff with people in board gaming. There's stuff happening too. I have stuff with people. This stuff is happening where people are getting fired from their jobs. I live a block away from something called the Drupal Association, and a member of the Drupal Association on the board of directors was let go because at one of the DrupalCons he was riding a mechanical bull, and he fell off quickly because he's unexperienced. He's from Europe. His friend called him a pussy, and he had the audacity to defend his, to call him a pussy, and that was enough to get him canned. There's examples of members of the techno-feminism movement in Oregon where there's rape allegations and then the rape allegations were unfounded. And then so now he's suing her for dragging his name through the mud. Another guy in the tech industry, similar situation. He was accused of rape and then held ransom for money. So immediately from the Gamergate thing, like the people who are in the digital humanities, digital hacker spaces, like the feminist Flux hacker space talks about how they want how there's too much mansplaining and technology is binders full of testosterone, and how they want to make their space bro unfriendly. Yeah, it's just kind of nuts, to be honest with you.
Was asked in chat that I feel I have to ask. Is there any way we can take these people down legally?
Yes, actually there is. I am not a lawyer. However, I have made other lawyers quit because they are tired of. I wear them out to the extent that they no longer want to deal with me anymore because they're not getting paid enough to do this job. That being said, if we set up our movement as an advocacy group for allowing equality and not equity, which are two different things, mind you, that let the marketplace of ideas decide who gets to do what, quit gender shaming, etc. Our movement will gain legal protection under the law. For example, GitHub and GitHub's banning of Gamergate-related information would be against the law. And then we don't actually even need to be the ones that file lawsuits, because there is a civil complaint process for this. There are actually forms you can fill out and send to the California Secretary of State to have them look into violations of civil rights law, because California highly protects this sort of thing. That is where Reddit is also located. Reddit is also located in California, and so is Patreon.
Oh.
And in Oregon, there's the Equal Rights Amendment, which can also be used for this purpose.
But all this shit about censorship, are we pushing like some First Amendment?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
I said all this shit about censorship that this all started with. Is there like any First Amendment violations going on here that we can do something about? And maybe you don't know the answer, maybe, but somebody might.
Well, the censorship is very much illegal underneath underneath California law, which Reddit happens to be in the jurisdiction of. And that includes censoring groups that advocate for protections based upon, class, religion, all of the sex, etc. It falls underneath that law.
So the only way to get this legally looked at is to go Gamer, G-A-M-R.
The other thing is that a lot of these places are also subject to public record laws, and I'm not very rich, to be honest with you. I'm going to probably spend all my money to do public records requests to take some of these people down, and I would love to see if there's some good attorney out there. I think that I heard of one on Twitter that was working on the Aaron Goji stuff. I think he's requesting Aaron's documents from the trial in Massachusetts against literally who. But I would love to see is some sort of Gamergate advocacy group that could basically provide us with journalistic and legal protection, because a journalistic organization can protect its sources, and gets these sort of hate speech protection laws. And
I know that you've been researching this for quite some time, but how did you actually form your links? Is it all public domain information?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again?
Is it all public domain information? Is this? I don't know when you actually started the research, but is everything that you found just literally out there?
Well, a lot of it is, except for my hidden camera recordings.
What are they recordings of?
The feminist family therapists, the feminist bookstore, etc.
Okay.
Benjamin, is it alright if we talk about this tomorrow? As just a private conversation.
No, I don't mind at all. Maybe
That's great, because it's 4:30 in the morning, so I actually need to... Sorry,
Yeah.
say again?
Well, I actually have a domain, because I originally was trying to get internet voting in Oregon, and the domain is called nerdparty.net, because I was thinking what would be great is, the political party that talks about science, because what I got really disenfranchised about is because my wife has albinism, right? I was trying to research cures for albinism or her symptoms, and I'm interested in genetic engineering and computational chemistry and stuff. And I started noticing weird stuff about, Portlanders banning fluoride in the water, trying to ban GMOs. They don't like global warming, but you could actually use GMOs to stop global warming. And so I started this domain called nerdparty.net. I'd like to give it to a 501c3. I know how to program. I've done data center systems administration. I'm working on Oculus Rift and computer vision algorithms. Like I'm, a veteran of this field. I'd love to set up the infrastructure to have a WikiLeaks type area and like a place that is like an institution for us getting these people who are literally trying to stop the free expression of ideas and are semi-fascist, in my opinion. I've also thought about it's like an old game from a while ago. I was thinking about making a game called SJW Hack, like a hackathon sometime in the near future. And I got the idea from the social justice pins that Anita had. One said like social justice cleric, one said social justice wizard, and etc. I thought it'd be great to retheme this NetHack video game so that you have to play as a social justice warrior. You get potions like restore privilege, and there's many like internet aristocrat would be like a level 10 demon or something.
Okay, can I? Yeah, it's coming on 4:30 here. So
I've passed details on Sargon to Benjamin.
Nice one, mate.
If he wants to get in contact.
Yeah, Benjamin, I've got you've messaged me on Twitter, and I've just been too busy to get back to you. But I really think that this is probably the most important thing going on right now.
Okay.
So is it all right if we get together with Cerberus and just have a brainstorming session on how to present this information in a quick, snappy way to people and what it means? Because I think it's going to be important to show people exactly what the fuck is going on. Don't you?
Yeah. Have you ever heard of the third wave?
Yeah, I have. It's a very interesting experiment.
And I see
This
is actually going on. This is actually going on teaching young girls this behavior.
Yeah.
There is a program that is training little girls to be little Anita Sarkeesians.
Well, if that's the case, then we've just got to worry about our wallets. I think they're training them to be much worse than Anita Sarkeesian. But I get your point.
It's psychological priming. They're psychologically priming them.
Yeah, I get your point. Yeah, is it alright if we arrange? I'll send you a message on Twitter and I'll get you on Skype and everything, and we'll talk about it just tomorrow or whenever you're free. Yeah.
Okay.
Is that okay, man?
No problem. Yeah, let's get in touch sometime later.
Yeah, it'll be tomorrow, if not,
Okay.
Tomorrow, whenever you're free, really, man. This is probably going to go right to the top of my priorities list because it seems very important, and your research seems amazing.
So this guy who was an attorney, his name is Mike Karnovich of Play Dangerously. I know people have said that he's kind of red pillish and stuff, but we do really need to have like some talented people, and an attorney is something that is desperately needed.
Yeah, agreed. Okay, great. Well, I'll speak to you soon, and good job, man. I'm sorry to hear about everything that happened as well. Seriously, this is fucked up shit, and I'm really, really sorry to hear about it, man.
Well, man, I've been through a lot, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I'm
The
hearing
only
you.
reason why I got to be, this mentally strong was because I lived a life of adversity that most people in the social justice movement wouldn't understand
Of
and
course
have
not.
no comprehension of. Like, I try to tell these people I've been to the third world. I have seen people in tin shack roofs. I have been shot in the eye. I have been beaten as a child, and I understand that you had a shitty life. But if you make all your life about how shitty everything is, you're going to really make everyone else's life even more miserable.
Yeah, I think their lives have only been so shitty, though, to be honest, haven't they? But okay, man. Well, thanks for taking the time, and I'll speak to you soon. Okay?
So do you guys have any more questions for me?
Well,
Yeah,
Sargon dropped.
probably.
He's got to go to bed.
Yeah, I've got to crash. See you guys later.
Thank
Take
you,
care.
Sargon.
All right, Sargon, you take it easy.
Take care, buddy.
I'm sure chat has questions for you. To be completely honest, I'm very.
Let me see his chat. Let me see if there's anyone in chat. So does anyone in chat have any questions for me?
They're a little delayed because Google Hangout stuff, so we got to give them a couple minutes.
Yeah, the delay's about 5 minutes behind.
Oh, I
Or
see.
about 5 seconds behind, excuse me, not 5 minutes. Jesus Christ, that'd be horrible.
This,
Yeah.
this
I know most of them are probably watching Internet Aristocrat, so.
Want to know what your Twitter is?
You know,
My
I don't.
Twitter, no morphosis.
Even if they're watching IA, it's not important. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that is genuinely important because, I understand, we've taken a beating today in Gamergate over fucking games, but you sound like you've been taking a beating over life, basically, from these people.
Oh, basically, yeah. I mean, they tried to get and tried to fuck up my life, and at this point, they took the person I love the most away from me, and I'm ready to watch their institutions burn to the ground.
I will help anybody that does that because I cannot believe what they did to you, man. Honestly, that is fucking disgusting.
Okay, so some questions. And now I'm gonna have the floor for a second, and I'm gonna say, great fucking research, good job. What's your Twitter? You told us, but you cut out.
My Twitter is @endomorphosis. ENDOMORPHOSIS.
Oh, it's slower.
I'll post it in the chat. With the.
I got it for you.
All this can be confirmed, Benjamin. Can you confirm? Well, as much as you can with public data.
I'm sorry.
Somebody asked, can you confirm all this? And I would probably say you can, as far as public data is concerned.
Yeah, I mean, you guys can confirm this with public data. The only thing that I would say is, do your research and look into the ways that society is controlled. And it's apparent that this is happening today. Basically, both sides, both conservative and liberal, they have their pantomime villains, and it's more about, about coercing people into voting for your side than being intellectually honest. Like the Jeff Merkley of Oregon, believes about GMO salmon going to cause all of the salmon to go extinct whatsoever. But he's more because he has a product institutes. I mean, that's kind of how it's on both sides,
Sorry, you keep cutting out. Are you still here? Or did we semi-lose you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you were cutting out.
You're going a little bit robot-y there for a few seconds.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Synthevine wants to know how long you've been trying to get this out for, and he makes the point that we've been looking for this stuff for a while and never caught wind. So how long have you been trying to push this onto people?
So I've basically spent the last 2 weeks writing scripts that went onto Twitter to find the connections and correlations between Twitter users, and that's how I found the DERP Institute. And then I found out about the DERP Institute like Tuesday or something, and then I started digging into the DERP Institute, stuff about the academic feminism and SJWisms. I started doing like a month or two ago, and I started realizing that I read about like Aaron's the Zopost, and I'm like, OMG, that's exactly kind of the same sort of stuff that I was experiencing. And that's when I started researching the people that were trying to give my wife therapy. You guys want to see like a screenshot of their page?
I don't know if we need to right now, unless the chat wants.
All right, well that's fine. Never mind.
If the chat wants to see, we can show it, but I'm trying to get to some of their questions. Somebody asked, can we fight this, or is it too late?
I'm sorry?
Can we fight this, or is it too late?
Can we fight this? Yeah, I mean, I like to think that we can fight this, but I was raised as a Jew, so I have some self-doubt about that as well. But the only way that they win is if good people do nothing.
I honestly think that just seeing this, I think it's too late. I think the amount of tinfoil they think that we're probably wearing right now, the amount of shit they've done to discredit MRA movements and other things like that, if people speak out, they're instantly ostracized, in society. I'm seeing it myself, friends and all sorts. You look crazy. You look like Roswell was like fucking like having a tea party and was normal.
Yeah, I understand. Well, I mean, I understand it looks very conspiratorial. If you would have told people about the NSA's spying, they might have called you tin hat for a while. But we obviously know that that is indeed the truth. Such things have happened, time and time again. The easiest way to get legitimacy is in the court of law, because having a well-informed jury of your peers and a judge say that yes, in fact, what you're saying is true, gives you a lot of clout. And even if the journalists aren't willing to discuss your side of things, being able to present your side of things in a very logically consistent and legally consistent manner is very powerful. And on the subject of Christina Hoff Sommers, her husband actually wrote some really great books about logic, and all law can be boiled down into the sort of primitive logic constructs that he talks about in some of his books. And so you can prove, like on a truth table, like scientifically, mathematically, empirically, things to be true, and that is the difference between what we believe and what they believe. What they believe has no factual basis. There was something called the SoCal affair some time ago that showed this to be the case. Do any of you guys know what the SoCal incident is?
Yeah, we've heard that before.
And I'm gonna try and keep us from deviating too much, just because there's a lot of questions that I find interesting, and I'm sure the chat finds interesting. So forgive me if I cut us off, but it is late here on the East Coast as well, so I do want to get through most of these.
Is Jerry still alive?
Yeah, I'm still alive. You ain't got to worry about that.
Positive Improvement asked, Ben, how much should we worry about keeping you as an anonymous source? If this blows up, I hate for you to get targeted by the SJWs.
I think it's fairly certain that having the system of anonymity is important and vital, because these people do not know boundaries. Part of having consequentialist ethics means, or moral relativism, sort of means that you can throw this stuff out the window. There was a report in the UN paper on social justice of truth and virtue are unwilling and unwanted allies of the social justice movement. I can find the exact quote, but there are actual UN reports on social justice that start off on the second or first page saying that we do not like the current justice system, we think it's unfair, and social justice is what we need.
Interesting. Question, outside of this online collusion, could you please explain how pervasive these people are in a university setting? That may get us sidetracked, but I would venture to say moderately, based on my own research, not into this specific topic, but SJWs within universities. Is it's fairly they're growing.
Well, I think that academia itself has had some bit of moral decay, where it is no longer focused on research. It is more of an institution, and as such, many people who are just willing to pay tuition can take almost anything, regardless of how peer-reviewed or rigorous it is, and whether or not they'll be able to find a job with it. And these college degrees are becoming ever more necessary. And I see that the level of rigor has steadily gone down to the point where I almost think that much of the things that are supposed to be covered in high school aren't being covered, and the people who are arriving in college are just going to college to get the very basics. And in the course of being taught the very basics, they get an ideological payload of postmodernism or liberalism. And many people have said that, when I was an academic, I stood up against the McCarthyists for free speech, but when the liberals took over, they ended up just shutting down speech and shutting down freedom of thought, as opposed to being, the sort of traditional liberalists that we thought they should have been.
Okay. Basically, academia might be fucked. I think we all probably felt that way. Hate from hell.
I have a question. How far do you think this extends? Do you have anything that goes to the UK or?
I really don't know, because there's too much for me to really. I only have so many hours in the day, honestly. I have taken a big hit of my personal time to research all of this. I am part of a big a big dev contest right now with Intel's RealSense cameras to build a system. I'm not sure if you guys heard about the Intel pulling their ads, but the ads that they were pulling were related to the contest that I'm a part of, called the RealSense Challenge. And so I've been kind of cutting into my spare development time to bring you this stuff. And I haven't had the chance to go see stuff in the UK. I'm certain that there is some stuff like this in the UK. Very, very sure there's stuff like this in Norway and Sweden, because that's where this sort of all originates from in some ways.
Yeah, we did come across some things. There is a conference that Pixie Jenny basically does she does some of the recruiting for, but some of the academics that speak there, they're all feminist inclined, and it's this massive geek conference supposedly, and it's less academic as what you're saying, but it's more insidious in the sort of, the culture that is trying to infiltrate at the moment.
I mean, it's like one half pushed by ideologues, and the other half is just basically trolls, like proletarians, who get caught up in the movement, kind of in the same way that there are some people who really do believe in, like, prosperity Christianity, and then there's the people that are like pulling the strings of, prosperity Christianity. They're always going to have, you have this environment where there's like a kind of a degree mill, where they just kind of churn people out of this degree mill, and as a part of it, there are people who justify their jobs on pushing these ideologies, even if they don't fully believe in themselves, or even if they do, maybe they're hardcore drinking the Kool-Aid, but they don't ever stop to think that their cognitive system could be flawed. And when you point out their cognitive system is flawed, they sometimes go kind of crazy. I guess I didn't mention this to you guys. I was actually the person at XOXO who was handing out pamphlets, and actually handed a pamphlet to Anita Sarkeesian herself.
Oh, nice.
You're harassing people, obviously. So
Absolutely astounding.
you fucking shit.
Your knees must be very soggy.
So, yeah, and I tried to tell some people about this, but I guess no one really cared on Reddit. So, but yeah, I saw her and John McIntosh outside having a smoke, and I'm like, hey, I think you'd really like to see this pamphlet. And they're like, no thanks. And they scurried off back into XOXO. And then some woman who claimed to be her bodyguard came and talked about her beliefs and tied me up from handing out pamphlets by trying to talk to me. And I tried to hand her the red pill, the blue pill. I'm like, look, what if I were to tell you that according to the National Bureau of Economic Research, feminism has made women both objectively and relatively less happy since the 70s. Would you believe it? And she said no. And, you know, they don't believe facts. That's the thing about these people. I went to a March Against Monsanto protest with science textbooks and got assaulted. Like, these people do not care about facts.
Well, yeah, we know that. And that becomes apparent when you try and have any sort of conversation with them. So, a couple questions, one from chat, and I'm missing, I guess, a bunch of fucking questions in chat, and there's not even that many people, so I don't know how other people do this. One is this is a question I've often asked myself that Hate from Hell asked, and that's, everybody keeps talking about them wanting to subvert the peer review process or kill the peer review process, yada, yada, yada. Why? Other than the ability to do whatever bullshit they want, what is the...
Well, in the words of some other people I've had discussions with, more information is more better.
Okay.
Well, there we go.
Okay, easy enough. And then what was my second question now? Now I just lost the fuck my second question was. Fuck myself. Fuck myself in the butt.
And to Lufti Muhammad, yes, I got assaulted. And then I decided to buy a bag of gluten, and I gluten-bombed the arrogant protesters.
Interesting. Oh, I remember what I was going to ask you. You said your house was broken into by Occupy. What did you do to piss off Occupy?
Oh, let's see. I went to a March Against Monsanto protest with a textbook on biochemistry and a textbook on genetic analysis.
Interesting. Now, I don't know. I'm in the United States, but I don't really know much about the Occupy. This is like the Occupy Wall Street people and all, right?
Occupy Portland was the largest Occupy organization, and it started off being about getting corruption out of politics, getting corruption out of the financial system, and I was all on board. I showed up, and I said, great, why don't we just distribute some ballot initiatives, you know, some signature sheets, and really get into changing the laws into our favor. And then I slowly watched as Occupy devolved into a giant new leftist circle jerk, where people would talk about, you know, health freedom and not vaccinating their kids, and chemtrails, and fluoride, and all this other stuff. And so I started, you know, saying, hey, what about the central problem? Let's not get distracted. And I got shouted down. And then I started mocking these people. And when I started mocking them using logic and satire, I thought I was being Stephen Colbert. You know, I'm like, this is what he does. And they didn't get it. And instead, they all started assuming I was Republican. I'm like, no, dude, I ran as a Democrat for House of Representatives for the state of Oregon. You know, I wrote a bill for internet voting. You know, I'm trying to get this shit done. You know, but to these people, as soon as you step away from the party line, you are now no longer a part of their organization, their movement. And I don't know if I just kind of trolled them the wrong way, like, you know, just kept showing them their own reflections in the mirror. But a lot of people accused me of being a paid shill, paid by Monsanto. So I eventually tried a fresh and stack. That's great. I eventually posted my entire bank details online. And like, look, this is all my banking information. I don't get paid from anyone. Just to shut them up.
And then they broke into your house?
No, I mean, there's been a history between would be the Democratic machine and myself as a critic of the Democratic machine. There are people who know who I am who don't like it because I'm kind of an asshole. And I don't know why this one broke into my house and decided to steal my checkbook and write checks to herself. I don't understand why. She has some axe to grind. I didn't figure out what the specific axe was. Maybe it was something to do with my wife. Maybe it was something to do with my anti-GMO silliness. I don't know.
Code.
Yeah.
I'm going to drop because there's Robin, who tried to get Ben talking to Sargon earlier. He's just on a stream at the moment. I'm just going to pop over there and then head to bed because it's nearly 5 o'clock in the morning. And I'm just going to say, thanks for getting him over here, to speak to Sargon. I will speak to you, everybody. Code, Benjamin, Jerry. I'll speak to you all tomorrow, basically. Benjamin, I've left you my Skype if you want to speak to me and Sargon tomorrow, because I'm sure he'll send you his as well.
To positive improvement, I only posted a P sheet to show that I'm not getting payments from. Ran for office. I ran on a platform of transparency and let people have open access to my Gmail, like a read-only version of my emails and my text messages and my bank statements, so that people knew that I was not corrupt, because what they say is that sunlight is the best disinfectant. And I was telling people that yes, in fact, I would actually go into legislature with a camera to record everything that I do, just to prove to everyone that politicians can be held to a higher level of conduct.
So, I'm sure there are other questions I missed, and you seem to have been following along as well. I know somebody did ask, is there anything we can do to help besides setting up a consumer organization? And I only say that, and I'm sure the only reason they say that is because of whoever the hell that was that tried to, I don't want to say false flag, but tried to divert us onto that whole GAMR. Yeah, I think gamers would be a little leery of a consumer organization.
I think at the end of the day, what we want to be is we want to be an organization that people look up to. When you see the Free Software Foundation, when you see the ACLU, when you see these groups, these advocacy groups, the whole point of their continued existence and the way that they continue to validate their existence is the belief that they're doing something positive for the community. And that is how feminism is operating as well. That is why feminism is now intersectional, is so that feminism can deal with problems that aren't feminism. And I think that if we really want to, if you want to do something good, a good way to do it is to, for instance, you could, have this road could be adopted by Gamergate. Some stretch of highway adopted by Gamergate. Some children's charity to like Child's Play. Have a Gamergate drive to help out kids in Child's Play. What we really need is people who are positive role models for the rest of us and for the community at large.
Sorry, I muted myself. I was making a cup of coffee and my internet dropped for a second. I don't actually hate that idea, but I understand there is a pushback against any sort of organizations right now because somebody tried it in what appeared to be a deceptive way. But what you say makes sense if only it brings legal protection from this bullshit. In my personal opinion, if what you say would bring legal protection against this bullshit, I would 100% sign on board. Because I don't need people continuing to censor it.
And I think the issue is not so much that there's a hierarchy or not so much that there's an organization. It is the governance model of that system or that organization. So if we're going to have an organization, the governance model of the organization should be sufficiently transparent, auditable, interchangeable, so that there's no worry that any single person is going to be a single point of failure, or that there is any sort of potential conflicts of interest that may arise from the organization. If you look at leaderless organizations in general, they do not last very long. And if you can talk about the Californian, the Californian experience, like they had Biodome. There was lots of hippie communes, Occupy. All these leaderless movements eventually either get co-opted, diverted, sidetracked, lose focus. You do need to have leaders who have expertise, who have the ability to organize and to affect action. You just need to have checks and balances against those people.
Yeah, the concern would be they would just tear down your leaders, right? and I don't want to get tinfoil hatty, and I don't want to like stir shit, but I mean, there's this whole literally who posting about how they're going to go after that twat or whatever they called her, who did, or the bitch who did the daily boycott, and that NYC or NYS douchebag or whatever she said. You know what I mean? The concern is once you put a leader, you give these people a target that they can tear down through unsavory means because they have the journalists and the academics on their side to not talk about it.
Well, in psychology, they say that if you want to get the sort of desired behavior you want out of people, what you need to do is you need a mixture of positive and negative reinforcement. And I understand that people are angry and want to boycott those organizations, and that is an effective means of negative reinforcement, but there also needs to be positive reinforcement. Like the people who are on the other side, we should not try to emulate and be like them. I understand that they want more women to be involved in video games, and the way that you do that is by building your side up, or doing good things for your side, or doing good things for the other side even, instead of trying to tear down. It is much easier to tear something down than to build it up, and in the effort of tearing things down, you make lots of enemies. And I don't see that making any more enemies is necessarily going to work. It is good for stopping some behaviors, but it's not good for creating the sort of behaviors that you want to see.
Gotcha. Yeah, like I said, I would be on board if it meant legal protection, but I don't really trust these people legally, no matter what, right? I don't know. I think the minute you bring in a leader, you allow yourself to be torn down.
I mean, have you ever been part of any social organizations before? Like,
I have. Actually, my wife's downstairs, so I'm going to have Jerry talk for a minute while I mute and talk to my wife.
As far as true social organizations, no, I have been a part of the Red Cross. I was part of the ACLU for a little while, and then I just decided to leave it because it was kind of going to shit. But other than that,
I mean, I take, for instance, I really like open source software. That's what I cling to. And I see that, in the open source movement we have leaders, but the leaders aren't oppressive. They aren't. They may make mistakes, but the issues don't usually become systemic issues. And there are some people who have shown themselves to be beacons of light and who are uncorruptible. I would say Richard Stallman of the Free Software Foundation, prime example. I would trust that man to be in charge of any government committee on anything to do with technology because he is incorruptible. There are some people you can indeed trust, and trust is a rare commodity in this internet world. That is how, for instance, there is some movement in the stock market to make a stock market that isn't rigged in favor of institutional traders, and using the trust that he has cultivated by uncovering the corruption in Wall Street, he was able to start this alternative stock exchange, for example. So, what we do really need leaders that we can trust, that can facilitate the desires of our ambitions and our group, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, but has not the key strength of this entire movement been the simple fact that we have not had one at all? I mean, we've lasted so long because, yes, the loudest voices have gotten doxxed, yet there are thousands upon, hundreds of thousands possibly of people working behind the scenes doing exactly what you're doing, and we're pushing all the good information up, and we're basically the loudest voices are the ones that are getting everything, but there's so much work behind them that it's just strengthening everybody as a whole.
Well, I don't see what happens behind the scenes. I do know that there is kind of a clique, and I don't know what happens behind the scenes of that clique. I kind of wish it was more open and transparent, because had the organization of the clique been more open and transparent, it would have been easier for me to bring forth the stuff that I had without having to basically out myself as I've done. So there are definitely some improvements that could be made, and I do genuinely feel as if people have done a good job of getting together without having central coordination. And I definitely agree that any sort of moderation or any sort of organization should be done with a very, very soft hand. You don't want people who are dictators to have even the ability or the power to do the sort of things you don't want them to do. They are facilitators.
Yeah, and again, I don't necessarily disagree with you, and I completely 100% understand why you would want a metered organization, right? And like I said, if it would mean absolute protection from the law, I would 100% be on board. I think the enemy, I'm calling them the enemy, but the people we are fighting against have proven they have zero disregard for the law, and they have a giant conglomerate of the media behind them. And if Reddit's involved in all this, you're now talking about like Condé Nast and all that. You know what I mean? Like really big fucking people with a lot of power in this country. That I don't know. I would fear the leaders would be in danger. That's just my personal feeling, right? But I totally get what you're saying. And like I said, I don't disagree with you, but I also don't agree with you. I'm rather middle ground on the idea of a leadered organization. And if that were to happen, it would have to happen outside of Gamergate.
Who's so Threeden, you said you're a mod there. Where are you modding at? Sorry, in chat, I mean to say.
I think he's talking about Burger and Fries.
Oh, on Burger and Fries. Okay.
That's what I think. I was all in the chat.
I mean, I know that there is a lot of latent talent in the Gamergate movement, and I see that Threeden saying that we don't need leaders, and I don't necessarily say that we're not going to have a Mao, we're not going to have something like that. More like a board, a journalistic board, similar to the organizations that the feminists SJWs are setting up. That is how they actually have a machine that pumps out information, disseminates the information, publishes the information, advocates, gets funding in order to get the aims that it has accomplished.
Yeah, and I think Escape Velo kind of said it right too. You can have multiple front groups and decentralized support. The left mastered that. He might be right? I think just if you want to put a leader in front of Gamergate, they will fight you and call you a shill, as you've seen, and there's a lot of shill shouting within Gamergate right now. If it were to happen outside of Gamergate, that might be, I would venture to say that might be a good thing, even if I'm going to be called a shill. But if you put one on top of Gamergate, you're gonna face a lot of resistance.
Yeah, I understand. There's the gamers as a community. I have to say two things. They love to win, which is amazing, and I absolutely love that. And the second thing is that they don't want to be.
Oh, you cut out.
It'll be like herding cats.
Repeat that. You cut out.
Oh, okay. There's two things about the Gamergate movement is that gamers love to win, which is amazing, and the second part is that they don't want to be controlled. And so, yes, it is kind of like herding cats in that sort of way. And what I'm saying is not so much controlling, but as facilitating and providing the infrastructure. Like, for instance, Julian Assange, you don't want necessarily that sort of culture, but what you want is, sort of the Free Software Foundation culture, where they facilitate, or like the what's the electronic God, what's the name of the group? The Electronic Privacy Foundation, or I can't remember their acronym again. Do you know what I'm talking about? Sorry?
I do know who you're talking about.
Sorry, the EFF, the Electronic Freedom Foundation, right? So no one thinks that the Electronic Freedom Foundation is going to trample their movement, and they're not, because that's not what they do. Their job is to take up and shore up people that need help and need assistance with getting what they need to get done.
Yeah, I do. Like I said, I totally don't disagree with you. I do think you will get a lot of pushback, though.
Yeah.
On the idea of the council. Though, like I said, if it means legal protection from this bullshit, I don't know how anybody who's fighting this fight would be opposed to that, because that would basically mean they have no right to do what they're doing. And that's ultimately what we want.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, I know that it's getting late for everyone. It's probably reaching about around midnight for some. You know, I have a life. I think I've tried to go over everything, and now it seems like we're going in circles. And I don't really want to end up, you know, prolificating some pontifications pointlessly. So I think I could wrap it up soon. Does anyone have any questions?
Any more questions for Benjamin, guys? We'll probably be ending this soon, though. Jerry and I may hang out with bullshit for a little bit.
I'm gonna have to go soon too because I've got class tomorrow.
Then there we go. Last call for questions, guys. Guys.
Yeah.
Oh, they're delayed, so I'm saying guys and they're not answering.
Yeah, just
I'll wait for a little bit. And
Yeah.
yeah, I see that they're talking about in chat leaders and how leaders evolve and etc.
Yeah, they're having a lengthy chat about.
Yeah, I think they're having a discussion more than. Well, I mean, I hope that if you folks want to have a discussion, perhaps we should move the discussion onto 8chan or someplace that will be more persistent, so that the points can be raised in the general consensus.
Actually,
This stream will have to end eventually.
yeah.
I didn't see any questions from me, and I gotta go as well. I have work to do.
and we, you know, they kind of get dubbed you Based Benjamin. I saw a couple names. I said I think I saw flow through the chat. They gave you the name Deep Cock just earlier.
Yeah, well, you know, the other thing about gamers is that there's a lot of younger gamers, and I get that they want to be funny and silly and everything. I will not ever talk about the size of my penis. I'll never be on chat drunk. The only time I want to be on chat is when I have some news that I want to talk about, or some facts I want to present. And I really don't want to be an internet celebrity. I would love to have somebody who could take up the role who's more charismatic than myself, because I am not particularly charismatic.
There is one point I do want to bring up before we do drop. And No Cut Card 6112 brought it up, and I think he makes a good point why so many people are resistant to the idea. And that
I'm sorry, can you start over?
Oh yeah. So one last point I want to bring up about the idea of a council. And No Cut Card 612 brought it up as well. And I think it's a really good point as to why people are so resistant. And that is, a council is an invitation to SJW infiltration. They're good at that sort of thing.
Well, I mean, you know, in the scientific world, which is where I come from, you know, you have a peer review system, and you have different journals and different bodies on those journals, and nothing as a researcher prevents me from publishing my stuff in a really crummy, really terrible journal. It just won't get the sort of exposure that I really want out of it. And there is, you know, a freedom of choice between the people who are producing the content and the journals that they go to. And at the same time as those journals are known and gone to when they have a good reputation. So I think that having the councils is not going to necessarily be some sort of hegemonic system as much as a system of like peer review and analysis, you know, like the traditional journal method.
Okay, and then one last question for Hate, because he asked a question and his stream dropped. Can you explain what you meant by, and this will seriously be the last question, I promise, what you meant by more information is more good?
Oh, more information is coming?
No,
Well,
more information is, he's the one who asked about what they gain out of destroying peer review, and he said more information is more good. And he asked if you could clarify that.
Oh, okay. So basically there's this presumption that more is better, right? You know, that you should let people decide for themselves what is true and what is false, and that information and knowledge itself is a social construct. So there are some people that believe that all science is a social construct, and that because you can't separate the knowledge from the society, that you shouldn't try to restrict, or you shouldn't sort of shoot down people's information because it might be valid to them, and that's all that matters, is how valid their experience is to them. And for instance, in the health in the GMO thing, they're like, well, why are you shooting down this really shoddy study? I'm like, because it is like mental hygiene, right? And it is like a mental contagion. And I don't like to think of these people as enemies. You know, I like to think of Jesus and how he, you know, would love the sinner but hate the sin. And what I see this is as a mental contagion. And these people don't have a problem with spreading their mental contagion, and think that it's okay to share information. They're sharing happy, good feelings with each other, and I understand that. But more information is not always better information, and a lot of times when you have this deluge of misleading or false information, it gets people's whole perceptions in the context where all conversations changed.
Okay, cool. Thanks for that
Awesome.
explanation. I'm not even going to try to attempt to save you right or wrong or anything like that, because I'm frankly too stupid for that.
Yeah,
But
I mean, to give you guys an idea of like where I come from, I am a very, very strange person, like an autodidact. So I literally have a addiction to reading and learning that I've had since I was a kid. And so, you know, I don't want to make myself an internet celebrity, but I am one of those people that can talk about nearly any subject with a decent amount of literacy and be able to explain it and describe it to people. And sometimes I am guilty of over-explaining and using too much jargon. So if you guys ever catch me doing that, you might have to tell me, because I might lose people. Because I know that I know it, but I forget that all of you guys don't, you know, have all the background.
and that's fine.
Yeah.
Not shocked, Jeff. Sorry, I'm talking to myself. Sorry, Jeff.
Yeah, we have a minor problem. Hardcore shit got dropped in this stream, but there are only 100 viewers. Internet Aristocrat is reading gay porn on a stream right now that overlaps and has over 2,000 viewers.
Yep. Welcome to the internet.
Yeah, welcome to you know, your average drive time morning show versus NPR.
I will say that I do know Adam Baldwin was listening, so your voice did not go unheard. He at least listened for the last half of what you were talking about. So your voice did not go unheard.
Yeah, I know, but I really appreciate the exposure to at least get this information out there. And I hope to talk to you guys soon. And let's try to get something set up to you know, facilitate this sort of action and movement that we really need in the movement, because it seems like at this critical juncture we're probably going to get a lot of mainstream media press, and there needs to be, you know, something. There's going to be something against it, because the media is, if the media thinks that they can capitalize on this for the election, they probably will. That is like the constant narrative. I'll give you a great example. In University of Oregon, where this Fembot Collective thing happened, there was a woman who wanted to do she wanted money for a study on rape on college campuses. The Institutional Review Board said, no, this is a really flawed study. It's riddled with bias, and by no means are we going to fund or support this. Right afterwards, she went to the White House. She met President Obama, and right after she met President Obama, they funded her research. Her research was published and produced, which had exaggerated numbers because of the obvious biases. So, I mean, do not doubt that this, you know, gamers could be the latest political hot button, and we might get an onslaught of mainstream media attention, and we need to have some sort of coordinated effort to go against it.
And it's like I said, HuffPo is already doing a thing with Zoe Quinn tomorrow.
One last time. What's your Twitter again? For the people.
Yes, at Endomorphosis.
All right. There you are.
And we
Awesome.
got,
Thank you very much.
yeah. Thanks for sticking your neck out there and getting this information. This is something that we've been really looking for.
Yeah, and I'll talk to you all later.
Yes.
All right.
Jerry, we will get together on our Skype and figure out when we're going to do this again. Chat, thanks for sticking with us, thanks for listening.
Thanks for you guys that stuck it out from the beginning until now. If you ever want to check us up on Twitter, you can follow me at @droppinplates, at DROPPINPLATES. I'll put it in the chat in case you guys want to see it.
And I am at CodeGrit. Is my Twitter handle. You can follow me if you want, but I'm useless, and I'm okay with that. Though I am a shitlord. I do have a privilege score of 195, so fuck all you guys.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. By the way, we need to link that again before we go. The actual privilege test, so you can check your privilege. I qualified officially at 165 as shitlord.
And it's checkmyprivilege.com, and I am 195 shitlord, and I do have an invite to the patriarchy. So, thank you guys very much. Benjamin, amazing fucking research. Don't give up. I know the click that Gamergate has put on top with some of these people is hard to deal with, but don't give up. Your voice will get heard. Thanks again, man.
No problem. Bye, guys.
All right, see you guys.
Take it easy.
Thank you, chat.